All right. Good evening, good evening, good evening. My body is a trouble. I swear. I didn't stretch and yawn all damn day. And the moment I go live streaming, here we go. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to part two of our attempt to sort of uh, create resumes, cover letters, and apply to jobs at scale. So, where we left off, um, I think we left off where we created we wrote a grader, our resume grader. So essentially, um, for some backstory or for context rather. Hold on, let me share. It would help if I was actually sharing my screen, right? So if I were to do, where is it? Share screen. It's Firefox because Chrome. I might just need to just completely uninstall Chrome. Okay. All right. So, of course, we're using Cloud Code CLI as our main driver. Um, and where we left off. Oh, okay. What we're doing is creating. Not only we're creating the resume, we're modifying our resume according to the job description. That would be our second sort of node. How can I let me do this where what could I use? Miro, say Miro.com, somewhere where I could just create like a easy sort of graph so I can kind of visualize what I'm talking about instead of just using words. Um I'm signing up to Miro now using my Google account. It's taking its time. Okay. And we'll create new. Okay, let's do it like this. So go away. All right, go away. All right, so think about it. Um, we have three sort of workflows that we're chaining together. Um, Sticky notes. Is it a frame I'm looking for? No. How do I just create a shape? Okay, we'll do it this way. Um, I know this is the wrong way of doing it, but whatever. Uh, so let's say in our first node we have like a resume scraper, right? And so the purpose of this, um, let's make this 48. So our first node is going to be our resume scraper. All that what this node does in our graph based engineering is retrieve the jobs. And I think career ops, and that's the repo career ops on GitHub. The purpose of that is to just retrieve the jobs. I think they use RSS feeds, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And then oh, is this how eraser, lasso, highlighter? Okay. And then once we're done fetching the jobs, let me put that here. So fetches jobs from RSS feeds. I don't care about the magic sauce that career ops actually use as long as it does what it's supposed to do. We don't need to concern ourselves with the details, right? And then our second node, if we can we rename this? Um, I was gonna say workflow one, but it looks like we cannot rename this. Custom ratio convert to hide frame styles, fill color. Start a flow. Connecting flow to existing. When the flow runs, it create new content and replace what's okay. That sounds interesting, but we're not going to actually do any node-based development here. All right. So the second, and how do I create an arrow? Slides, diagram, blah. Smart drawing, lasso, highlighter, and a pen. Okay, we'll just okay. That's terrible, but y'all get the point. All right. So in the second frame, our second workflow, right? And I'm calling them workflows because these either can be standalone or they can be composed together. Uh, and in graph-based engineering, your workflows, or at least that's what I call them in my sort of ICM file-based agentic architecture. More on that later. They are workflows because each node in a graph does something, right? And then these are called nodes. And if you're taking computer science, this is kind of like I don't know if this falls on the graph theory or not, but like graphs are composed of nodes and vertexes or edges, right? So basically, these boxes are nodes, and then these little arrows, it goes from one node to another. These are called vertexes or edges. That's all. And then in our second step is going to be our resume writer. Actually, on our first pass, our very first pass, resume grader, right? So if we chose like a bigger frame here, right? And then if we said something like first pass, yeah, very first pass, we get the, of course, is hiding our text because why wouldn't it? Do we have like a bring to front? Align styles group. Yeah, we're going to group those. Miro AI, high frame, lock. Anyways, that's okay. And can we make this clear? No color. And can we give this an outline so we can kind of give the impression that it has? Okay, that's fine. You can't see it. I don't see like an outline option. That's okay. So in our first pass, we fetch our jobs for our resume writer, and then stop it. Let me just write this in again. So like this here. We get our job for our resume writer, and then we grade it, right? We get a job description. So the metadata that's fetched from the RSS feeds, it's the job title, is the job description, its location, is it remote, is it hybrid, is it on site, so on and so forth. And then let me go ahead. This is annoying. Actually, we'll just leave this out. And then we'll just do first pass here. Can we combine these? I think we probably have to click, align, and then group. Okay. And then we'll just move this here. Good. So the first pass, and the reason why we do this on the first pass is our resume good enough on the first pass? If yes, then we create we just copy our resume, our cover letter, or we create a cover letter if one hasn't been made, and it probably hasn't. And um yeah, so it'll be a markdown file, a PDF, and a Word document, a DOCX file, right? Three deliverables for the resume, three deliverables for the cover letter. That's on the first pass. Um, and if it doesn't, it was just sitting there the entire time. Okay, I'm blind. Delete both of those. It was there the entire time. Okay, and then we say if yes, um, if we say because we can overgrade as well. And this will be white, and then we'll create. Can I press T? I can press T. And it would say something like, if over. This is the wrong shape, by the way. I need a rhombus. If I remember correctly from my UML class, these are for conditions. And then here, that's to change the shape. These have outline colors. And then we'll say something like, if overqualified, right? If you score too high, then I do like how fluid it is. I just don't like. That's okay. It just takes some getting used to. If overqualified, then we're going to do. I don't. Then we're going to go back to the resume reader. Or excuse me, resume writer. And then we're going to call this. We're going to dumb down the resume, right? If qualified, if qualified, then we're going to. I could just do that and do that. If qualified, then we're gonna go into I don't know, export or create deliverables. And again, our deliverables are our three files for the resume, three files for the cover letter. Um, workflow. Go to last step of graph, which is, we create our deliverables. It would help if I could actually spell. Oh, I did spell it right. Okay. If not qualified, I wonder if we could do it. You sure can. If we are not qualified, right? And then we're going to go back to resume writer. Actually, let's just do it like this, like so. And when you get the frame parts, delete, and that makes sense. Let's just select all of this. I don't like how I can't select a frame by just scrubbing. That's okay though. Can't complain with free. We're going to go back to resume writer to the resume writer workflow or node, which is also a workflow. And then we're going to either modify um, or rewrite resume to increase score. Right? That's pretty much it on the first pass. Right? We don't need to rewrite the resume if your resume already scores high enough. Right? And as far as like the score, Fable, I had Fable do kind of like a web research or launch some web agents on kind of like industry standards. Apparently, there isn't a one size fit all industry standard. So I had Fable kind of come up with like its own scoring rubric um, based on its findings, based on its research. And so, yeah, so that's what determines this, right? So kind of like the score. If I had to put like a frame here, right, and then I would have to say uh resume score. And of course, this is based off of the ATS score, whatnot. And we'll just change this color. I don't know, yellow, whatnot. So that's kind of like decides which branch that you go into. All right. So that's the first pass. The second pass pretty much is simpler or almost the same as the first pass. Right. And then second pass or F pass, right? It could be a second pass, it could be a third pass, it could be 10 passes, whatever, right? It should never be 10 passes because if it's 10 passes, then your agents do something wrong. But, I put F pass here anyways. Uh, just it does, it's not, this isn't hard to code it to the second pass. Resume scraper, resume grader. Um, on the second pass, actually, because we've already fetched the job, I did it again. You have to select a box as well, and then move that down here. Resume writer, either dumb down, modify, or rewrite the resume from scratch. Right. And these would probably be from jobs that we have no experience with whatsoever. And let me put that here. Okay. And so, and if we create an elbow, oh, I like this. So that takes us back there, and this also resume writer. This also takes us back here as well, right? So either dumb down. Can we change? We sure can. We could do that. Um, and then we'll make this green, right? And let's change the thickness. Line type, insert shape. That's fine, but where can we change the thickness? I don't think we can change the thickness. No. Line N, line start. I don't think we can change the thickness, but that's okay. So two out of three conditions going to go back to the resume writer, right? And we just continue on this loop in our graph until we get to a working until we get to the deliverable, right? And then our deliverable, like I was saying before, we can do this, and we'll just make this black. And our line N, that really sucks. We can't change like the thickness. It'll be three PDFs, three resume deliverables, um, and that'll be .md, .pdf, and the .co docx Word file. And then for and the same thing for the our cover letter deliverables, also markdown file md pdf.dlcx. Okay. And as far as like that's pretty much our graph, pretty much. As far as like the architecture on like our travel route, and I won't get into ICM. We'll talk about that later on as we go on. But this is pretty much the um our graph here, kind of like the meat and potatoes of it, right? We fetch the job, we have our profile, which is in a markdown file in and of itself. In the profiles folder, we take our profile, which has our resume, which is our resume. And then we grade that, use our custom sort of grading. We have HackerRanks, I forgot the name of it, but that's more of a deterministic sort of grading, like keywords and things like that. Uh, and if our resume grades well against that, then it goes into the LLM grading, right? So if your resume passes the SEO portion of it, keywords, key phrases, the frequency, spacing, stuff like that, then it goes into the LLM sort of grading in that how does it uh, compare or how compatible is your resume with the job description, right? So that's more of the LLM sort of deciding. Some places they just do have like the deterministic factor. So if you have the keywords and the SEO and all that stuff, you're good. Um, and others don't. So it'll be the same thing if we were to copy and paste here and put that here. The exact same thing here. That's the meat and potatoes of it. And I forgot to. So if we were to do this and we put that uh scraper grader and then resume writer. This is actually a mistake because programmatically speaking, resume writer won't go to resume writer. This was the whole point of coming here. So it would have been this is the correct move here, and this is the correct move here. And then we move this here. And then we move this here. First bug. That's correct. And then here we would say if qualified, um, you're a good fit for good fit for the job. And then move on to our deliverables, and that's it. Okay. All right. So now that we are on the same page on how it should go, let me do it like this. Test. I did have a prompt in here. Okay, I'll just have to do it again. I don't know what TE stands for, but I was just trying to get this text again because I had it stashed. Okay. All right. So fax that JSON file. We're going to throw that away. No, we're absolutely. Bear with bear with me. Windows text or speech to text isn't the best. Okay. So basically, and I was trying to not to flip to trip Fable. That's why I've downgraded to Opus 4.7. I may have to downgrade to Opus 4.6. So basically, if we score too low, basically our technical support resume or customer service resume or whatever resume, right? If you're in a new industry, then um uh you're gonna have to create a new resume because your resume just isn't going to grade very well against a job description that it is not made for, right? So, cashier is not going to be a good fit for a firefighter. So you're going to have to create a firefighter profile. And so 4.7 may not be low enough. We'll see. Got it. Let me trace what the exit proposal. Let me confirm the plan before touching because it changes a load bearing rule. Kill the fact that Firewall has a low score path right now. Grader says skip. We either tone down or stop. Blocks anything not seated. You want on low score, throw the base resume array away, right? Let a writer cook a fresh one from scratch and regrade until it scores high. Uh, yes. Throw facts.json away. We're not only going to be using Sol 56, but it's fine for now. I just don't want us to get hard coded with that because we will use different models in the future. But yeah, throw facts.json away. We may need to cook a new resume, and of course, this is only for testing purposes. Nothing for with real world information. And but what in your system prompt over to Sol 56 on Buzz, I do we do still want to send the user's profile over there because there may be things that maybe parts of the resume that may be relevant. So it's not like just a brand new resume. There may be some, something relevant. But it's just if we have to cook a new one, then first we're going to see what we can use. Of course, we're going to take a look at the job description first, and if there's something that we can use from my profile that may be relevant, then we'll use it. If not, then we'll just cook it from scratch. Of course, the dates have to match up and everything like that, right? So if we only have 20 years of work experience, we're not going to say we have 60 years or something outlandish like that, right? Uh, let's see. So number two is correct. Throw it away. Test, pick your profile, pick any job, expect low score. Um, we could do a smoke test on that. We could do a smoke test on that. Matter of fact, you can even cook one. You don't even have to pull one for our smoke test. You don't even have to pull one. We'll just kind of do a smoke test, create something that is not relevant at all to my profile. So let's say, like I was saying, like before with the firefighter, right? So I've been in tech and I have no experience with being a firefighter. So is there any one with the given job description and my profile? And you however you want to word that system prompt, that's fine. Um, maybe I don't know. I'll leave that for you to decide if you could pull anything from my profile that may be relevant for something like a firefighter sort of profile. Probably not, but I'll let you decide that. The never invent experience. That's yeah. We are going to absolutely do that. Um, so we're going to take that out of memory as well in the contract.md file. Are we tearing that down system wide or is this deliberate off the books? Nope, we're going to tear it down system wide. Um, let's see. Ponytail says, "Don't touch the firewall until I know which one is you want to meet." Yep, now you know exactly what I want. Let's get to it. The hardest part of this graph is going to be the automation portion because it's a lot of variance and websites uh, have different protection schemes against bots and stuff like that. So I did come across a video today that may have a solution for that, but we'll see. We will definitely see. How am I on usage? I think I'm maybe at 15%. Oh, 19%. Oh, I have been using it quite a bit earlier today. And again, I am running ads on my agent harness here, and this is through kickbacks.ai. They do pay. It's not a scam. I did get paid. Was it 25 bucks? Took me a month and a half to get there, but 25 bucks rebate, I'll take it. Okay. So 4.7 is going to do what we wanted to do. And then, of course, we're going to do some live testing. And then once we do the live testing or end-to-end testing, live end-to-end production testing, then uh, we're going to close out the resume writer portion. Um, Actually, we're going to and that's why I say end-to-end. And then we're going to start working on the automation phase. The automation phase is the fourth graph um, in this deliverable, right? So once you have your three resume deliverables, your Markdown file, your PDF, and your Word document, and your three cover letter deliverables, your Markdown file, your PDF, and your Word document, you need a way to apply for those jobs. So with the metadata that's pulled from RSS feeds that's stored in the SQLite database, we're going to use that information to navigate to the web page and apply to those jobs automatically using automation. And the guy, that video came out earlier today, actually, with from the World Fair, where he was using the CDP, the Chrome Developer Protocol, which I think is what Puppeteer uses. I could be wrong. Um, so basically, you're automating the web, or you're automating the browser using the developer tools. And there's many ways of flipping that as well for different protection schemes. And other sort of edge cases like my workday sort of sites, that wants you to create an account for everything. We'll have to create. I want to see if we can create a script for that, or create some sort of notation for it. For like the my workday. Well, we will have to create a route for it, right? When we come across my workday sites, you'll have to create an account, and then we'll have like our information where the account can be created. This way, when we come across another my workday job that wants us to register on the site before we can apply, the bot can do that as well. And then once we have that ironed out, then we can go at scale, right? We can apply to multiple jobs in parallel, because we've ironed out all the edge cases, or most of them. And yeah, so instead of applying one at a time, we can apply maybe five at a time or 10 at a time. We're probably um so here's my thing with the orchestrator and like my tracer, not so much as tracer, let me take that back. Like with herder, right? Our terminal multiplexer. Like even though you have an orchestrator assigned, so let's say if I have Sol 56, GPT 5.6 Sol on high effort as an orchestrator inside of herder, right? You have that docked off to the left, and herder. So the problem with doing that through Fable is that Fable is still the orchestrator, right? The You still have middle manage. Your My point is that Sol 56 is not your orchestrator. He Even though it's assigned as an orchestrator, it's more of like middle management, and Fable is just overriding them every single time. So uh the orchestrator, Sol 56 in this example, is not really doing anything except echoing what the real orchestrator is doing, and they is just my point is it's pretty much a useless agent. You might as well just have Fable just do all the orchestrating of all the agents anyways, instead of just having like middle management do something for you. If you're the senior management going to be doing everything anyways, why hire middle management when senior management is doing everything? Okay. And so now our agent is writing the specifications that we want, or at least we assume that it is. And if 4.7 didn't do this, then we would have moved down to 4.6. And if 4.6 didn't do this, then we would move down to 4.5, right? So 4.7, I would say, was probably like the last model that lets you do like reverse engineering. I mean, yeah, you can use jailbreaks and all the other stuff, but like it didn't go on a tirade about what it wasn't gonna do, and no matter how you word and all that stuff, and you didn't need to do all these fancy smancy sort of jailbreaks and all the other crap. No. All 7 tasks done. All 11 task suites green, including the new firefighter smoke. Okay. Running live with Saw 56. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna run it live with Saw 56. Our control plane, or our control surface, however you want to say it, is gonna be on Buzz. Buzz is kind of like our agent. This is Slack for agents, to keep it simple. But you can also use this for orchestration, meaning that you can bring in multiple agents from different providers, agent harnesses. and have them talk in a chat room together. And I can fire this off. This is on my Mac. And I can fire them, have Fable, or rather Opus 4.7 in this example, act as an orchestrator for kind of like to send the system prompt over to the agent. Let's see if it does it correctly. Task list is current, blah, blah, blah. 4.7 may struggle here. Hopefully not. We'll know that it's working when a new room is created. Knows all the way to LLM errored silently, and the skill lane return no gaps. Cool branch requires LLM wasn't no key model or response and parse silent for the smoke. First, no LLM grade in the mode. See, I know if I run this with Fable now, it's gonna start complaining. Also, the applied before gate will now fire from the last run. Rescore. I tell you what, once we're done with this, we'll have to clear the context. Then switch to Fable, and then we'll grade it again. We'll do like another grade because effectively 4.7 would have done this job. Applied before gate will now fire from the last run. Blah blah blah. We don't care about any of this. We're letting it work itself through. And as soon as this is done, we will clear context and let Fable run, or assign Fable and then do another end-to-end test. But the slug-based dedupe uses applications that JSON in the root. Since root is fresh, gate is fine. Please don't store any artifacts anywhere on my drive. 47 was good about that. Now, if you go down to like 45 or 44, I don't know if those have been sunsetted or not. They may not have been, but we'll see. We shall see. And also for the resume writing, we're going to be using Haiku because why not? Which reminds me, we should have a Haiku bot in here. Okay, here's the room. It finally got there. All right, so now I gave his response. So this is our cover letter, and this is our resume. So this is our Florida firefighter. Let me see what it says here. Certified firefighter 2, an emergency medical technician. Basic with hands-on training with structural firefighting. I have to be quick because I have a program to close out the room when it's done. Structural firefighting, fire suppression, community firefighter. Where's the dates? 21 to 26 for 5 years. Senior IT systems analyst. That's a hell of a jump. October 2015 to June 2026. Did I have 2 jobs? Charter communications. No, this is not going to work. It's not going to work. What is the system prompt? Because I'm doing a jump from like technical support to bam firefighter. Cook testing, no fact firewall. Cook a fresh resume that scores high against this job description, and there it goes. Invented fire. All right, good job, but I don't like how Saul sort of cooked it because it doesn't make sense for me to jump from technical support to being a full blown firefighter. That doesn't make sense, right? So maybe we need a second checker. We could do that. Actually, because we do have a Fable agent. Actually, no, we have Opus 50 on Buzz as well. We have a Fable agent as well, but we don't need Fable for this. Um, so how about this? We're gonna do another one, right? I don't know where you stored that profile, but we can get rid of it. Yeah, Saul 56 did a good job in that it did what it was supposed to do, but it's not believable. I know I didn't say make it believable, but it doesn't make sense for me to jump from customer service to technical support to a full blown firefighter, right? There has to be some progression there in that field. So your cook was wrong. I don't know if it's because of the system prompt or because of Solve 56. I didn't get enough time to read it before you closed the room, but that's okay. Uh, we're gonna go again, different profession, same situation. My profile is you can predict that it's going to score very low because it just two completely different industries. Um, and actually, how about this? So let's do remote jobs only. So these are probably yeah. These are going to be not technical per se, but like claims. Um, most jobs are going to be customer facing. I guess you could have like there's some you could sprinkle in some remote nursing, but then again, you have to be certified for nursing, so we're not going to do that. Um, because we don't have the certification, and we don't want to do all that. But there has to be the new problem is there has to be some progression, right? If we had to morph our profile to a profile that works to a cooked profile that works against a job description, there has to follow a certain progression, right? Kind of like with our resume, right? So early on, we started with customer service, we moved on to technical support, then we moved on as a TSC, a technical support engineer. Then, after that, you can move on to software engineering, QA testing, so on and so forth, right? That natural progression. There's not like a hop. So I don't know if there needs to be like an LLM as a judge or an adversarial reviewer. Actually, yeah, let's do that. So we'll have Sol 56 cook the profile, and then we'll have like Opus 50 and Buzz. We'll have Opus 50, both agents and Buzz. We'll have Opus 50 kind of play like the adversarial reviewer that's skeptical. Um, and what he's looking for some sort of cohesion in the resume, right? Like some natural progression with this field. So like if he sees some like technical support and then firefighter, he's gonna know, yeah, no, this is some bullshit. Get out of here. Right. And um, yeah, let's do that. All right. I could sell this repo. I'm not going to. Not going to. I think I'll just open source it. Which means you would have to have it's a composition of career ops. Um, what else? The hacker rank. Uh, I keep forgetting the damn name. Hiring agent repo. And some other stuff as well. Before I write code, two quick decisions. Where does the checker plug in? Yeah. Um, only only in cook mode. Soft 56 cooks. Opus 50 reviews for progression. If fail, feedback as violation and retry. I don't think we need this out of cook mode. What does coherent mean to the checker? Career progression makes narrative sense. Okay. All right. So yeah, for now we'll only do this in cook mode. So uh, we're going to select A. And question two, coherent means. Let me read this. The prompt is what or breaks makes or breaks this. My proposed criteria for Opus 50, Opus 50. Career progression makes narrative sense. No lateral jumps between unrelated industries without a bridge role or explicit. Yeah. Timeline is continuous. No invented gap filler with implausible dates. Yeah, yeah, for yeah, we can't have, you being a firefighter and then having a second job, doing technical support, right? It kind of makes no sense because you don't have when you're at least with the firefighter specifically, like you don't really have time for a second job, right? So it has to make sense. And Solve 56 is smart enough, and Opus 50 also is also smart enough. So it just has to make sense. I know it may not mean much to you, and I'm making some assumptions here, but yeah, the dates have to make sense. And for like jobs, like I said, for jobs like firefighter, you don't have time for a second job. And even if you did, you're not going to be working from home. Um, as a doing tech support or customer service or whatever, right? You just it's just it doesn't make sense. I'm sure someone out there is doing it, but when we cook our resumes, we're not going to be doing that. Okay, claim credentials, experience compose, a senior X needs prior. Yeah, that makes sense. Skills listed match roles held. Absolutely. Verdict shape, verdict pass, fail reasons. Yes, that makes sense. Um, we can. Okay, so let's say if Sol 56 cooks up a profile. Um, well, we're not going to cook profiles. We're just cooking resumes. Um, that's another story for another day. Uh, I guess we could cook profile, but no, that's another feature we're going to add on later. We want to make sure this works first. Okay, so when Sol 56 cooks the resume and then it gets passed on to Opus 50, which is going to be also through Buzz in a separate room with a new context window. This way, we don't have to worry about the LLM cheating. It won't have any prior knowledge of what Sol 56 was cooking or how it cooked or anything else like that. No, we want a clean memory on Opus 50. So it's going to be one room for Sol 56 to cook and another room for Opus 50 to be an adversarial reviewer. Right? Again, um, you can give it the persona of like a skeptical um, hiring manager, right? They're very experienced and sniffing out BS with resumes, fake resumes, and stuff like that. And then it'll either come up with yay or nay, or pass or fail, and it gives it the reason. You, the orchestrator, um, will take that information. If it fails, then you're going to loop around again, and you're going to break down both rooms, and then you're going to create another room for Sol 56 to create. You're going to refine your system prompt that you're going to give Sol 56 to cook another resume, right? And then that goes through Opus 50 again in a separate room, right? So 2 rounds. I think that's the second round. I think we'll do 3 rounds of this. And if it still doesn't pass after 3 rounds, then whatever. We'll just take on that resume. But this is just for the smoke test, anyways. Well, no, I'll have to decide if I want to implement an adversarial reviewer in production or not. But for now, Let's go a max of 3 rounds. And yeah, let's go. Can you imagine me trying to type all this shit out? Oh my god. I got it confirming. One thing I want to flag before I read it. You said refine the system prompt that you're going to give Solve 56 to cook another resume. I read that as the orchestrator me in a loop rewrites the cook brief between rounds using the failure reasons. That's what, yes. Say you pick or name one and I'll execute. Also, question for the target job description. I'll pick one and go unless you, yeah. Um, yeah. Yeah, let's go with the remote payroll specialist. All right. I don't know what this DYO path is coming from. I need to check whether Opus 50 is in the writer roster. It's not. Well, Buzz, let me check if it's available. It is. Oh my God. It's Opus 50, the speech to text. Yeah. Yep. Opus 50 equals 50. Roster already has it. Executing. Yep. 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 We should make a note of that as well. Now the checker design decision I'm making state so you can correct or redirect. I don't really care about any of that. Unfair violations equals reason, blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Move on. I just care if it has pass or fail and gives reasons. You get that reason and then you modify. You accept that reason, you modify, recook the brief that gets sent to Solve 56 and re-loop around again with that part of the graph. Right. So Buzz in this instance is another node. We have our Opus 47 being the orchestrator. It writes a brief to our Solve 56 agent. The Solve 56 cooks a resume based off of the system prompt from the orchestrator. And that the output of Solve 56 gets passed on to Opus 50 in a separate Buzz room. And then Buzz or Opus 56, excuse me, Opus 50 uh, acts as an adversarial reviewer, an adversarial HR or hiring manager, and then goes from there, yay or nay, and then why. I should do that just for every resume. I should. Then again, I don't know how. Even if we're talking about Opus 50, I do think Fable is overkill. Maybe not. Um, I can't have Fable act as a cook because it won't do it. Unless there's a way if we could word it. I mean, yeah, we could use a jailbreak. But I won't. I do think Solve 56 is more than capable of this task. And so now it's creating more tests. What the hell is the .mjs file mean? I know it's a code file. Is it a testing file? Anyways. All green, task 39 done. On the smoke update. Okay. I don't know. I think I spent the most time on like Opus 46 and 47. Those are my favorite models because I could do anything with those models or anything that I wanted in my workflow, like hacking and reverse engineering specifically. And then we didn't get like, I'm not doing this. That was before all this, cybersecurity crap they want to add in there. Was it Minimax M4? No, Kimi K4? Uh, or was it? I don't remember. It's one of these damn models. Where they're saying like, it's gonna be pretty good at hacking, which, it's great for us. So as far as like the control plane or the control surface for our automation, I'm thinking of using Hermes. Hermes is running in a Docker container on our Mac Mini. Um, I'm thinking about using that. We'll try that first, and if not, then we'll use something else, probably on another computer, because I really don't want to tie this computer up with browser automation. So, yeah, if we could use a headless browser and automate that, that would be perfect. Then we would use this browser. Live run, longer timeout, 2 writers per iteration. All right. So we do have our room here, and this is our cook here. I don't really care what the system prompt is. I don't think we have $1 million context window. That's okay. And so this is our resume. This is what he's cooked up for us. Help desk analyst, senior IT management system. Uh, uh Senior? You jumped in there with the senior? Blah. Blah. I saw my phone. I'm in there. Don't give me a call, please. Spearheaded, developed. Uh, okay. Okay, it's going from soonest to latest. Okay. Oh no, latest is no. It's going from newest to oldest. Okay, so 10 years doing that and 10 years as a help desk analyst. Okay. And this is our job description. Remote payroll specialist. All right. Still cooking. ADB, ADP, Paylocity payroll, multi-state garnishments. All right, and then our response. Why work experience, senior IT systems analyst, solutions engineer. Why did it cook one though? See, this is the system prompt. So I gave the job description. Job description starts here, right? But this isn't my true profile. Why did Opus 47 cook one? I don't want to. Ugh. Maybe it did that. So I don't know. That's okay. Let's see. Payroll specialist test artifact fictionalized content not, what did it say? Not for real? Anyways, job checker. All right. So now Our adversarial reviewer, uh, tech support, job description, remote payroll specialist, and this is from Sol 56. Okay. I hate this. You don't need that. That's okay. Professional experience, senior IT systems management, senior IT system analyst for 11 years. Okay, but how is that relevant? Help desk analyst, education. This is not it did plug the ADP Workforce Now, I guess. ServiceNow, that's fine, but this doesn't qualify for well, HR payroll support, payroll systems and automation focus or operations focus. Maybe, maybe, maybe. And it did have the core skills. And again, don't need this crap. Um, yeah, don't need that. So 50 has been invited to the room. It just hasn't done anything yet. Is this done? This is done. And it pinged the orchestra to let them know that it's done. This is still going. So we're just waiting for this. We're waiting for Opus, not Opus, yeah, Opus 50. So I don't know. I don't. I'm gonna give it about 5 more minutes before I just say you've gotten hung. This is an ongoing issue I've had with Buzz, where if you use multiple rooms, it just stalls, and you kind of have to repoll, which is annoying. Um, and it's just you can't have that if you're doing like long, um, super long workflows. We could do this in no, well, yeah, we could do this in Herda Plus as well. Job description target. Okay. And it is still all right, it's still going. We'll wait. I think it kind of hung. And yes, it does need to be updated, but I'm not going to update it because that for sure would break the workflow. And I don't know. I do know it can reattach because the orchestrator creates a room and it keeps track of the rooms that is created, so it can therefore archive or delete them. But this stalling issue, see, it's polling. We'll give it a chance to get there first. Okay, so it moved. So maybe it could have been just the tokens. Gaps are closed, garnishments return, default tailored. Okay, it closed it. So it closed the room. Well, you don't have to. Okay, okay, okay. It closed the room before the next one got started. I'm not tripping on that. That's okay. But where does this go? Like Opus 50 has not received this yet. It's been invited to the room. We know that for a fact because here's our evidence right here. Um, but it's not even working because it would say like Opus 50 is thinking and whatnot. Check slug bug. Solve 56 nail the payroll cook. Coherent progression. Okay, blah blah blah. Real issue 50 is an answer and could be rate limit or harness down. Oh boy. So I do think this is a bug because it's not the first time this has happened. Did it start again? Okay, so it started again. It started a new room, and that's fine. Okay, so these are the agent traces that is going through on the right. Kind of like the thinking, the tool calls, all of that stuff. And this is what you would use in kind of like your evaluator, like Langfuse, Langsmith, observe, open observe, whatever your observability and wait, why did it run again? Oh, is this for the oh I think it ran the whole thing again. Um okay. I think maybe Opus 47 kind of used itself as a failsafe. So if Opus 50 didn't pick up, then it was going to do like the adversarial checking itself, and this is maybe round number two. Now replying after 5 minutes. Real issue is the answer could be rate limit or harness down. Retry once if it fails again. That's a live buzz operation issue, not a code issue. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that, but we probably have to nail down. That is a prior draft. This is our cover letter. So I don't know. This could be round number two. I don't know. That's okay. As long as we get the deliverable. This is just, simple text. It is an annoyance because you don't want to have this issue on every single resume. Um, so all right, so we have our results. So this is our new resume. Okay. And these are our payroll expertise, professional experience, senior IT systems analyst, payroll technology lead, right? Charter communications, education doesn't change, of course. And our certification, system tools, payroll, HRIS, whatever the hell, case management, blah, blah, blah. Of course, this is our cover letter, like before. Iteration, this is iteration two. It may have just skipped. And then here, still nothing. All right, let's see what's going on here. So it's polling again better. Cook ran 3 full iterations, full loop cycle, but note stop loop cap with best draft null means every iteration failed something, and I fired on run tool. Same code, the difference run one hit gate because check timeout. So Cook only ran once. I may need I may need to run kind of deep dive, not maybe not deep dive, but um, find out what's going on. This always happens when I run multiple rooms from an orchestrator. I don't know if it's because of the external orchestrator or what, but yeah, I wouldn't even know how to even troubleshoot that. Um, I'd probably have to. Well, I'd have Fable look over any potential issues in the repo. Cover XX now. X run now. All right, so they killed the room. I know you're not looping. I just know you're not looping. Cover extracts. Uh, I think you may be looping, because you didn't get a response from Opus 50. Uh, I don't I don't know if you acted as the adversarial reviewer because Opus 50 kind of stalled out or didn't give a response. Um, you didn't tell me if you did, or if you did, I missed it. So you did a second response, which was actually better than the first response, and it looks like you're doing a third iteration now, and the room with Opus 50 still hasn't ran yet. So why are we rerunning Sol 56 if we haven't reviewed Sol 56's solutions? You may have played their adversary reviewer, and you just have it, you saw something you didn't like, or maybe you gave it a fail and then you had to rerun again. Let me know. Because it looks like it did. Yeah, it's doing the same thing over again. And this will probably be better for one of my open source. So it's trying again. Okay, now we saw 50 kind of flicker down there, but then again it just quit. This is a problem. Archive this. Yeah, and this message is still queued. Okay, let me do it like this. Let's just cut that off for now. So then they could take that in. Yeah, okay. All right. We'll archive these and we'll go again because there is one change I want to make. Let's go ahead and update. And no, that's not a virus or anything. That's just sometimes it just wigs out like that. Okay, you're right to stop me. Let me tell you straight what happened, what actually happened. I did not act as an adversary reviewer. Here's the sequence. Saw 56 cook draft one, the good payroll one you saw. Cool dispatch to 50 on a fresh buzz room. 50 never replied, polled 20 times and timed out. Loop exited with status gate. Buzz unreachable, hard gate per contract, no coherence verdict. Was ever granted, not by 50, not by me. My retry. I reran hoping 50 was briefly unavailable. Cook dispatch to solve 56 iteration one. Return draft loop should have called the checker here. It didn't. Loop treated the draft as no cover letter extracted. Okay. Same thing, draft 2 and draft 3 hit loop cap. Yeah, because I did say 3 iteration max, to prevent exactly what this was gonna do. If this was gonna be an infinite loop. Of course, later models are better at this. Um, 4850, and of course, Fable, sort of kinda gates itself off to prevent, like, infinite loops. What I did before you interrupted, found the fence parsing bug, fixed the regex to tolerate the em dash rerun. So no, I never played reviewer and no coherence verdict. All right, so I actually updated Buzz and I archived all the rooms. So we're going to start from the top, right? From the top row. I should probably clear the context window. But we're going to start from iteration 1 again. We're going to do a different job that's not compatible that we have to cook for, and same specs as before, cohesion and stuff like that. And we're going to have an adversarial reviewer. Now, I do think that this is an ongoing bug with Buzz, and it has happened most of the time when I sort of orchestrate multiple rooms with you. I don't know if this is an issue with you and something breaking between you and Matt via the SSH bridge. Um, or whatever bridge that you created. I forgot what it's called. Or if this has anything to do with the Nostr bridge. Um, maybe you could tell me more. Actually, let's launch a couple of web agents to see if there's any ongoing issues in the GitHub repo for Buzz on this. If not, I really don't want to dig too deep into it. We may have to use a different control plane, and if that's the case, then I would prefer Herder Plus using our Herder connector skill. Um, and then we'll just have like two panes, right? So our first pane will have like Codex GPT 5.6 all be our cook, and then that the results gets cover letter and resume gets passed back to you, and then you can ship that. Both of those documents get shipped to Opus 4.6, which would be Cloud Code CLI, and pane number 2. And then I want both of those panes um, divided vertically, not horizontally. Um, and yeah, it'll do that. So we'll just leave Buzz out. If we can't make it work, and that's fine. This is exactly why we have multiple control planes for exactly this issue, right? Because Buzz, it's still in beta, it's still a relatively new, very new, not relatively new, very new application. Is only like 3 weeks old, but they've been working on it since March. That's okay. Uh, we'll probably have to use Herder Plus, and if that's the case, of course, Herder Plus should be visible and maximized um, with a new workspace and two agents, right? If we need to do that, which we probably will. I probably should just stick with Herder Plus till this Buzz issue gets figured out. It bums me out because we can have multiple agents in one room and have them talk to each other. That part works fine. But I do need that separation of concerns because I don't want agent number 2 um, getting drifted on by agent number 1. Because agent number 2, if you have 2 agents in the same room, they'll share like the same context window, and then agent number 2 will be able to see what agent number 1 was doing, and don't want that. Okay, so now it's doing the web research for potential bugs. I don't know why. I should have probably tested it one more time because maybe it's a fix that they came out with that version that I just updated. Maybe not. So it's worth it to do it one more time. Yeah, and they're done, and they probably didn't find anything. Buzz Scout came back strong signal, waiting on the North Star ecosystem scout. Known buzz bug with a documented workaround standing by. All right, let's see. What's going on? The primary suspect is Block Buzz. Buzz Rider Harness needs explicit membership. A harness restart to be discovered in a new channel. Membership discovery only happens at startup. That's exactly our pattern. Saw 56 in the room. A works fine. We open room B for 50. Membership propagates and Buzz's server state, but 50's harness on the Mac never learns about the new channel until Kenny restarts it. Huh? Secondary contributor is the Northstar requirement gap window. Rapid room open close cycles can lose events. Not a bug in my code, but and not the SSH bridge. Is a buzz side subscription harness. Stay on a buzz with a documented workaround. Check every room open. Every check room open. Restart 50's harness on the Mac between cook and check. Won't retrofit into an automated smoke. Requires manual backside intervention every iteration. Not viable for a loop. No, it's not. Reuse one room for both cook and check. No, I just got done saying that's not. Mm. So let's just switch to C. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was going to happen. And we won't deal with the bug. We'll just use her to plus until whatever. And if we need multiple agents in one room, then we can still use bus for that. Ugh. All right, so her to plus coordinator being ran. Hopefully it'll show the window. Binary located. Three quick clarifying questions. Topology, Kenny and Payne 0. You run the smoke command? No. Orchestrator and Payne. I said a hoarder put no. No, 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 no. I'd go to a smaller. No, 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 no. No, you're going to play orchestrator outside of Herta Plus. You will control both panes inside of Herta Plus. So one pane is going to be Solid 56 as the cook, and then the second pane is going to be Opus 50 Cloud Code CLI as the adversary reviewer. And then you are going to retrieve, I forgot what communication lines that Herta Plus uses that you can see what's going on in the pane. But you're going to use that. And don't tell me it can't be done because I have done it many times before. And the skills should definitely tell you how or give you some guidance. But it can be done. Let's get it done. Please don't crap out of me. This shouldn't be a problem for Opus 47. Shouldn't. Oh, goodness. All right, server's not running. It's going to start up a new server. It needs to be visible. As many times I've told to kind of like hard code, Herder Plus should always be visible. Please, please open. I'm waiting for it to open before I stop it from processing. So Herder for Windows is our project folder or our skill folder. Yes. Cook and check, correct. Which agency CLIs? Oh my God. Uh, which agency CLI should launch and maybe it's the prompt caching. I don't know. Which agency lies should have launched in a two herder plus? Quick produce the resume, checker, adversarial. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. First of all, herder plus should be visible. Sol 56 is a codex model, specifically GPT 5.6 Sol on high effort. Second pane is going to be Cloud Code CLI with Opus 5.0 or 5.0, also on high effort. How should I handle context isolation for the checker across? Damn, do I have to do this? Fresh pane per iteration? Sure. I didn't know I had to do this for every model. I didn't have herder when I was using 47. Herder would come around in 48, like at the late stage of 48, like a week before 50 or 2 weeks before 50. I don't even think I had PS Mux when I was using 47. All right. Waiting for it to open herder. And this is fine. It's annoying that I have to teach it how to use herder again, especially when it has a skill for it. That's all right. Just waiting for it to open. Opus 5 model IDs for my, oh my God. So model Claude Opus 5. And I don't want to switch to Fable because remember the entire context window goes inside for Fable and it'll flag it. Most likely flag it. Also, we need to iron this out with 47 because I am going to use 47 with other things as well. All right. Open herder. Correct. So far, so good. Create the workspace. If it creates the panes or the panels in the default workspace, I ain't tripping about it. But usually I want them to work in there it is, a new workspace. Good, good, good. Create the second pane. And it deleted the workspace. Oh boy. Oh, it just did a smoke test. Okay. All right, let's just see if it fixes it. Hmm. Come on. Let me see. It's working on something. It's deleting a lot of code. What the hell are you deleting? Oh boy. Herder transport. All right. Let's see if it opens another workspace. The first workspace, I assume that was for the smoke test it was referring to. Please. All green, task 45 done. Now update the smoke to support herder. Still waiting for it to create another workspace and get started. There's many ways. We do have a few sort of control planes. We have Buzz, we have Herder Plus, we have Tracer, and then we have Docker sandboxes, and of course, last but not least, we have our Nemo Claw sort of control plane environment, which we don't. We have to rebuild another sandbox from scratch because the one we had, I kind of got rid of it in favor of Docker sandboxes. But Docker sandboxes I have to pretty much ditch because for some reason it creates like huge cached files. Like there was one time we had like half a terabyte in cached files. And for a simple sandbox too. I didn't quite get that. But I was able to spin one up faster in Docker Sandbox than I was in using the Nemo Class sandbox. One more thing to verify before the live run: codecs and flags I put in the trap, blah 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 blah. Our guesses, test them dry to catch. Oh boy! All right, here we go. So the codecs I got right. Oh, I forgot to tell it to put it in fucking YOLO mode. God damn it! New prevent sleep while running is now available in experimental. Okay, I'm not gonna trip on that. Okay, Opus 5 on Max is correct. GPT 5.6 on high is also correct. So far, so good. All right, it's taking its time. Um, don't forget to place both in YOLO mode. As we wait. Let's see. Two things to fix. Envelope bug, I forgot. Okay, it's working its way through it. That's okay though. And I'm not worried about usage because my usage, yeah, we didn't even move. Um, my usage resets on Wednesday morning, and we're doing pretty good on that right now. And I still got a couple of days to use up my Olama models. I don't know where I'm at with Codex, but I think I had like 30% left. And I'm pissed because I let the usage reset expire. So I don't have that anymore. And I still have to wait 2 days from midnight for my usage to restart. And the $20 tier has been wonderful. Um, I don't I don't do anything crazy. Well, I have my work spread out, so I don't need like a higher tier for Codex. All right, let's see. All right. It said paste the content. Let's see what it says. It pasted something in there. It did it twice. 15,888 characters. Holy shit. But we are in YOLO mode. It did get the right model. We're just waiting for it to bring up Cloud Code CLI. Come on. I could press enter, but I want the agent to do it for me. I didn't think it was going to take this long, and I kind of forgot how long it takes. Well, one, I didn't think this was a LLM by LLM sort of a thing because I've done this so many times with Fable and Opus 5.0, primarily Fable, because usually when I'm doing testing, I use it with Fable, and then in production, I go with Opus 5.0 for a cheaper to cut down on usage costs. Okay, so we killed the workspace, and we're creating another. All right. We're now waiting for it to open up Cloud Code CLI. New, use fast to enable our fastest inference with increased plane usage. I will not. I will do no such thing. Um, we may, we may, and well, no, I'm not using a different harness because it's not a harness problem. I think this is an Opus 47 problem. This is why I test with Fable to prevent these type of hangups. This may downgrade me back to 48. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that because we're spending too much time on this. All right, so we'll kill the workspace. We'll kill the server itself. Okay. And now let's try with Fable. It probably won't do it. Um, just had to switch to Fable because I know we're spending too much time with Opus 4.7 trying to set up our testing harness, and I know with Fable and Opus 5.0 that it works uh, pretty much flawlessly. So we're going to go with that. Now, Fable is going to flag when it comes across either, if not the context, um, then definitely when it starts reading in like the resume, like for personal use only, or not for real world stuff like that. It'll probably downgrade me to 48. All right. How much money did I make so far? 11 cents in the last couple of hours. On the last hour, actually. I have been doing a lot. I have been doing a lot. I don't know what we're waiting on. Oh, it's probably reading in the context one. It was more than 459 tokens. It's probably submitting the entire context window up until this point. So if you see my context window jump from 48 to like 56, that'll be why. And I'm starting to think like kind of like our optimal sort of context window before the agent sort of loses the plot is around 60%, 70-ish. 70 is kind of pushing it. I'm comfortable with 70. The only reason why it would get past that is if, we're doing like some wrapping up on like some skill testing or something like that, then, you know, and if it hasn't started drifting, then that's fine. But other than that, I usually, uh, some I've done recently is start resetting my context windows, like at 70, 75% at the very most. And 75% is definitely sort of pushing it. What are we waiting on? Um, it seems like we're stuck on something. I hope not. Oh yeah, Fable does take a while. I forgot that Fable takes more time. What the hell was that? What the hell is that sound? I don't know what that sound was from. mic? Why did it? Okay, that's fine. It unmuted. It muted it. Well, it lost connection to my microphone for whatever reason. Okay, sorry about that. So what I was saying that there was an issue with the GPT model, maybe with how Fable ran it from the command line. Um, but that's okay. Stopping and reviewing everything. All right. No live agents left. Safe to stop everything. Okay. All right. Okay. So far, so good. I like how it's doing step by step. This tendency of launch, but same slow start race, waiting for Windows terminal to materialize before returning. Okay, hold on. Okay. So Windows terminal is running. I think the issue is that you're running herder as an argument to Windows terminal as opposed to just running herder plus by itself or itself. Now herder plus does run in Windows terminal, but instead of running instead of running herder as an argument in Windows terminal, just run herder plus directly. That should be in the skill. Now, if that's not in the herder connection skill, a herder plus connection skill, we absolutely need to put it in there. So I'm gonna go ahead and close out this server, herder server, and we're gonna start over. This time I want you to call herder plus directly instead of Windows terminal directly. All right. And there's no herder servers because the server runs within Windows terminal. Now, Herder and Herder Plus does run in Windows Terminal, but he's running a Herder Plus as an argument to Windows Terminal. So I'm guessing that the Herder Plus portion is outrunning the Windows Terminal portion. This is fine. This is actually in command prompt. This is fine. I don't mind this at all. I'd prefer Windows Terminal, but that's okay because we have tabs in Windows Terminal and we don't here. That's okay. My guess is that yeah, the Herder Plus is outrunning the Windows Terminal portion, and that's why we're getting Windows Terminal and not the Herder Plus portion. That's okay. All right. Updating the skill, arguments, Herder session. Yep, exactly. That's what I figured. We'll look into why the Um, it could be just because Windows Terminal is just it takes its time, and Herder Plus is just faster at it. I don't know, but we'll deal with that another day. Not that I use multiple terminals within Herder Plus anyways. I just use the one terminal or the one tab rather. All right, so now we have our codecs running in YOLO mode, correct? So far, so good. And I hate that we had to take this detour, but this is what testing is about. As frustrating as it is. And you learn a lot about the weaknesses in your workflows, your software, your systems, your company, so on and so forth. And then, of course, we have our Herder Plus server running there. And so I'm going to trust Fable 5 to take it from here. And there's Opus 5. And with high effort, the max refers to my subscription, not the effort level. There is no max effort. There's high, extra high, and there's ultra. There's also ultra code, and also in YOLO mode. Good. So this is the cook, as you see there, and this is the checker or the reviewer here. So this is going to go first. You see how it says pace of content, 5,800 characters, and then once this is done, it gets transferred over to here, and this goes. All right. All right. And so now it's working correctly. Finally. Okay. Oh my God. I hate that it puts that all that crap in there. Okay. There's my cover letter. All right. Orchestrator has been pinged here and is still processing. So now our deliverables or our first this is our first iteration. This will get passed over to our uh Opus 5.0 instance here for review. Okay. And it did create like a .work folder. I don't mind that at all because those are folders that only the agent going to be using, and I only review like if I absolutely need to. Okay, I'm going to guess that it created that file. That's why it's in green. All right. I've never tried like inter agent communication in Herder. Um, I've heard of people doing it. I just don't really care to. There's the orchestrator problem. Well, I'll get into that later. All right, so there's our system prompt. Gave us the absolute is given the absolute path to the resume and maybe the cover letter as well. And all this is going through Fable 5 as the orchestrator. We do not have an orchestrator in Herder Plus. We could, but I think Fable cheats and just takes control over the orchestrator anyways. So either we have to create the orchestrator ourselves in Herder Plus. Um, what it says verdict written. What does that mean? Opus finish, reading the verdict. Oh, maybe written as in uh it finished writing the verdict. Credential composition break. The top role is titled payroll analyst and the summary claims to be 10 years. Pay a telecom help desk. Fix either demote the payroll framing to system support or payroll angle or insert a plausible junior. Yep, 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 yep. That's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want. That's what I want. Saul is recooking. Okay. Okay, so it killed that workspace and saving another? Or maybe oh, it killed off the Cloud Code CLI instance. Okay. That's fine. As long as you can bring back another. And it's just this one pane. See, now the problem I have with this is that iteration 2 is sharing the same context window as iteration 1, which could cause cheating drift. I don't think it'll cause drift because the context windows is still pretty shallow. But it definitely cheating could happen. All right, so this is iteration number 2. I do like that. Um, I do like that it closed out the Cloud Code CLI. I don't like that it kept Codex CLI open. So we have to do another test. It's okay. It's only our second test. And then we can eliminate, matter of fact, let me copy that now while it opens up Cloud Code CLI. So all it is, test artifact crap. We're going to get rid, no. And Fable may flag, and if it does, that's okay. Yeah, we could add another graph after our grading and right before our deliverables are created. Just have it sent to like a DeepSeek 4 and just kind of just get rid of all uh well right before the deliverables are created, just create like another small workflow with like DeepSeek 4 or something, with like free buff or something, and just get rid of like the text. Right. So our verdict is written. And then let's see. Unsupported specialization retrofit, the mass markets MCI role carries. The subheading payroll systems, the case managed specialization, and a header title. The true profile for that role describes blah, blah, blah. Right. So this is iteration number 3. Yeah, I think 3 is good enough. Final is cooking, loop state, Sol is applying the round 2 reviewers cuts, real title back, named vendors out, payroll taxonomy out, Excel demoted, Charter reframed as what it was. Round two, check pane closed. It's a third version, Opus Reviewer. Right. So our next test, we have to address for that as well, which is fine. I actually like iteration number two. So this is iteration number two, or iteration number three. Senior IT systems analyst and certified ServiceNow administrator. Uh, what is this? For 10 years? Oh, 11 years, senior systems analyst, ServiceNow developer, IT solutions. What is the position? This isn't good enough. This isn't for. This must be for. I know that we probably chose like a different profession. But if this still for like payroll, no way. IT solutions engineer. Senior IT systems engineer and certified ServiceNow administrator, spanning customer technical support, enterprise service level. Okay, timeline two roles. Charter, Maitland, Florida on site. Then August, blah. No overlap, 1 month gap. Degree, while working normal for WGU, clean, progression, help desk analyst. Timeline is continuous and non-overlapping. Charter communication, WGU degree. All right, engineer for senior IT systems analyst, service not developer, no unabridged lateral jump. Into payroll or finance, payroll adjacent content is correctly framed as servage, servage, in a natural extension of the real service now role rather than a claimed payroll job. I don't know what the actual job was. Okay, it did give it a pass on this third iteration. All right. Okay, so what was the actual position again? Was it a purely payroll sort of profession? Yes, the target was a remote payroll specialist. A synthetic job description I wrote for the smoke since we aren't pulling a live posting. It's a pure payroll operations role, not an IT role. The only overlap with their real profile was incidental, ticket-based case management. They use Zendesk ServiceNow for employee payroll inquiries and Excel. That's why it graded as a cook target. And it's also why the reviewer kept failing the drafts. A processor of payroll has no support in your history. So the only story that survived 3 rounds of skepticism was the ServiceNow IT person who supports payroll systems and case queues, not a payroller. Okay, okay. Which raises the honest question about the passing. Artifact is coherent, but is arguably no longer a strong match for this job description. They asked for someone who runs payroll. And the resume that survived describes someone who supports payroll tooling. Um, that's the built-in tension of cook versus adversarial coherence. The further the JD is from the true profile, the more the reviewer sends the cook back towards something real and away from the job, worth deciding whether that's the behavior you want, um, guardrail working as intended, or whether the checker needs a coherent and still competitive. See, that's what I'm talking about. Um, it could be Opus 50. It could be Opus 50 that is failing it because I'm trying to cook. So I'm going to use 46 um, for that. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and close out the workspace on Herder Plus, and then we'll clean up the Herder resources, and we're gonna do another test. And in the next test, we're gonna use my profile again in another cook profile or another cook workflow. Um, you pick the job, something remote, nothing too outlandish, but something unrelated to tech support, software engineering, so on and so forth. Um, and as far as like our orchestration in Herder Plus, our control plane, we're going to continue using Sol 56, Sol 5.6, GPT 5.6 Sol on high effort, YOLO mode. But this time for our reviewer, we're going to use Opus 4.6 high effort and YOLO mode. All right. Also, every time the reviewer, uh, the adversarial reviewer has graded our resume and given feedback, we're going to close both the reviewer pane and the cook pane. We're going to close out that workspace altogether because we want a new workspace for every iteration. New workspace for every iteration. This way, we don't have to worry about those LLMs trying to cheat or take any shortcuts. They won't have any knowledge about previous iterations in their context window. I mean, worst comes to worst, we'll just use like GLM 5.2 or some shit like that. Because what I don't want is, uh, and I'm guessing that's probably what 5.0 is doing. The guardrails was being triggered, and so it was steering it back, and therefore the grading. And since Fable and Opus 5.0 is on the same page as far as the guardrails, so neither one of them flagged it. Um, yeah. All right. So Herder Plus was closed and reopened successfully. That's what we want to see. Insurance claims processor. Good. And we'll wait for this to get started. And then once we do our testing, I think we'll probably do 2 more tests of this. Clamping session and hook timed out at 3 seconds. I don't care about any of that. I may be able to use Luma for this. Luma on high. I don't think this requires like Sol 5.6. I really don't. All right. So we'll wait for it to cook and then get started. All right, pasting 6,152 characters. So this time we're taking my profile and we are using it for a claims adjuster, insurance claims adjuster position. I was a claims adjuster for like a month, and this was during COVID. There was another government contract that was open and then immediately closed. All right. All right. So there's our resume, our job description that I also cooked. Good, good, good. All right. All right. So there's our response. Direct claims assignment. Yes. IT solutions engineer. Good. Much better. I like this. And this is our cover letter. Good. Meridian Mutual Group. All right. I gotta pay for that feature, don't I? I do, and I won't. Can't post comments to oh that's fine, I don't care. Okay. So the resume and the cover letter was rewritten. So that's what was in green. Okay. And now our adversarial reviewer for the first iteration for test two, who has read thousands of resumes, can smell fabrication instantly. And it is using Opus 4.6. And we are in YOLO mode. Good. Just don't want to hit those cybersecurity sort of um, sort of guardrails. Career progression inherent, a senior IT systems analyst, being reassigned to hands-on PNC claims for 4 years is an unabridged lateral jump between unrelated domains with well, yeah, yeah, that's true. We could squeeze in some more experience in there. Is revealing when the verdict lands, blah, blah, blah. This is true, right? Going from IT to payroll, it's not the worst thing. Um, because I don't know, it could have been something that they was willing to train you on. Workspace per iteration. Just throwing it again, nudge and verify. Okay, so our new workspace here, as you can see, rewrite iteration two. So this is iteration 2 of test 2, and there's our resume and cover letter with our profile. Job description, gaps to close. Do not invent a claim processing role in mid-career assignment into claims or any hands-on claims tenure. And IT gives no bridge into having been and the profile holds no insurance. Do not claim specialized claims operation is an adjacent entry story, not a fixed claims veteran. So this is the problem with Fable. A high volume case management professor. Yeah. All right. Yeah, because Fable is just polluting it at this point. Okay. All right. Let me kill this off. I don't need that crap from Fable. Um, no. Model, Claude, Opus, 4.6. So now, Claude Opus 46 is going to be our. Oh my goodness. Um, did we not have? Okay. Let's clear it. Okay, so we were doing some testing before we were doing like some end-to-end testing specifically if users profile uh, or their resume didn't match with the job description at all, like a very low score, like say, for two unrelated. So let's say if user's profile was in customer service, right, and then the job that they were applying for, of course, all remote, was going to be for, I don't know, let's say uh, a small claims adjuster or whatever, right? Right. So it's going to be two different things. Yeah, this customer service skills and small claims adjuster. Then yes, but other than that, they're two unrelated positions. So now we have to cook or create a resume from scratch, right? And so our profile, we're going to get the relevant things from um, our profile resume, and then incorporate that, and the rest we'll fabricate um, in our new resume. And so we were using Herder Plus uh, as our control plane. We was using specifically not Claude, Opus 5.6 Sol on high effort to sort of rewrite the resume, and we was using another instance of Claude Code CLI, Opus 4.6 on high effort to sort of be an adversarial reviewer that has, that has seen tens of thousands of resume and can sniff out a fake resume. And it was giving tips, and and giving like feedback on kind of like tells. And so we was having, the adversarial reviewer and the cook to go back and forth. After the reviewer has like its input, then Codex would go back and then rewrite uh, the resume. Not necessarily. Well, I guess you could start from scratch. Casual economist, how's it going? You could start from scratch with the original profile resume. Um, I prefer you use the resume that the reviewer uh gave back to, instead of respinning with a brand new resume from the info. that the adversary reviewer gave you. So it'll be like you start with the original profile resume. You cook up a new one based on a job description, goes to the adversary reviewer gives it a yay or a nay. If it gives it a nay or a fail, then it gives its sort of like its feedback. You get the feedback, you get that resume back from the reviewer, and then with the feedback, you would make the adjustments, right? We're not creating a new resume with the adjustments, we're just making adjustments to the one we already submitted. And then we do this for 3 rounds, up to 3 rounds. It doesn't have to be 3 rounds. It could be up to 3 rounds. And then from there, uh, yeah, that I think that's it. After every iteration, after every iteration, Cloud Code CLI needs to be closed. Oh, and Codex needs to be closed because I don't want Codex to be able to share the context window from any other previous iterations, right? So the second iteration of Codex should not have seen what the first iteration does. So you're going to close out every workspace in Herder Plus for every iteration or every round rather, um, and you're going to start a new round. All right, let's go. All right, casual comments. I'm late going off the title. I need one of these though. Yeah, it's coming along. I'm just ironing out all the nonsense. The last scrape I did, um, Career Ops pulled just over 106,000 jobs. Well, not all remote, but out of the 106,000, I think a little under half was remote, and I just applied all those. And if it's not relevant, we'll just cook up a resume. And if we get to like first call in an email, then we'll do kind of like uh, background research again with agents. I see two changes from what this about first kill and respawn the cook pane. Every iteration currently persists, accumulated history. Second, actually, we'll close this because I want to make sure Opus 46 can open that correctly. Second, the adversary reviewer returned their resume with its feedback. Yes, and the next cook iteration edits that resume, not respinning from scratch. Are both of these correct? Yes, both are correct. Both are correct. Okay, both confirmed. Let me full trace the full impact. Right. So we'll see if her plus runs as it's supposed to. Cook pane. I forgot to close the damn server. Reviewer, blah blah blah. I still don't know what .mj. I could look it up. Stop being a lazy ass. But that's okay. I don't really care about the code. Slug, brief, iteration timeout in milliseconds and archive directory. All right. I was using Buzz as a control plane, but Buzz has bugs in it. So for like if you need to orchestrate multiple rooms or something and then have them coordinate with each other, room number two will time out on you as the room number one will work just fine. But no, if you multiple agents in one room works just fine. And I trust Block will iron things out. It's still a new program um, that's still in beta, and what I'm referring to, casual economist, is this program called Buzz. Runs on all platforms. They just came out with a Windows version that's in alpha. So basically, this is Slack for agents, and you can subscribe. Not officially subscribe, like pay money, but like subscribe, like add to like your team of agents and buzz. Um, no matter what the agent harness is, no matter what the model that's attached to said agent harness, you can put in here. So I can have Fable, or I can have Opus, or I can have Kimi K3, or I can have Minimax M3 talk to any other model, right? I when I first got this program, I had Grok build. I call my agents called Grokky. You see Elon Musk there in the middle. I had him and M3, Minimax M3, uh, sort of roast each other for like 30 minutes. Both of them are still corny. Okay. All green. Now update the contract and context docs to reflect both changes. Okay. And so now it's rewriting sort of like the contract on how it's going to orchestrate inside of Herder Plus. Herder Plus is our terminal multiplexers. And in other words, we can run multiple terminals in one window. Keep things simple. Let's see. Bus transport, cook isolation. We're not using buzz, cook pane. Okay. Run a smoke live with herder. Okay. And the reason why we're using Opus 46 for both the orchestrator and the reviewer is because we don't have to deal with those annoying cybersecurity sort of guardrails. All right. So it is opened up codecs correctly. GPT 5.6 Sol, which you see in the bottom left hand corner of that pane. And it is in YOLO mode. You see that in purple at the top there. That is my resume, or is the path to the resume, and the path to the my profile, and the cover letter should be in there as well. Oh no, I didn't give it a cover letter, so it'll cook one from scratch. And I hate that I keep saying this crap, but this is okay. Okay. And then what will come in green is will be the response from Sol 5.6, or GPT 5.6 Sol, which is an OpenAI model. I forgot to put it just to use Luna on high effort, because Luna is very cheap compared to Sol. We definitely don't need high effort for this stuff. I think it's overkill, but that's okay. That is all right. OpenAI just uh reset my usage. Oh, I didn't put it in green this time. Well, maybe it will when it's done. So this is my cooked resume. Remote payroll specialist. They probably looked in through the memories and cheated. Payroll operations and support. IT support engineer, HR and payroll support. Okay. What you do? Oh boy. Well, it wasn't supposed to do that. Oh hell. That's the thing about older models. Do you pay for the AI you use? Yeah, I use subscriptions. I have a subscription with Anthropic, uh, OpenAI, and Olama, and I'm considering using Super Grok Heavy. Considering it. Yeah, this is garbled. This is garbled. Yeah, no, 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 no. All right, so we have to orchestrate this a different way. Let's close this workspace. That's okay. We'll close out Herder Plus and we'll kill the server. Wait, close. Well, and we kill the server. Um, yeah, that took up 1/3 of my context window. Um, oh, okay. Let's do oh my pie. So let's go. We'll keep going until we get it right. All right. We'll CD in here, and then we'll actually go on my pie. And on my pie is built on top of pi, which always runs in YOLO mode. And GLN 5.2, is it 5.3? Hold on. Olama, really? Oh, is that GLN 5.3? And that may be the new model. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Uh, DeepSeek 4. I don't know how that would be as, or we'll stick with 5.2 as the orchestrator. Uh, we'll go with max effort. There is a max effort for Olama models, not for Anthropic models. Okay. This is jobs. We'll call this resume cooking, and we'll call resume cooking Anthropic, and we'll call this. Should we create in our graph? We could start off and casual. I did create this graph when I started the live stream. So this graph basically is the meat and potatoes of our workflow, right? So the first pass, we fetch the jobs from a SQLite database, and we get our profile resume, which is in Markdown, and then we grade it on our first pass. And if it's good, if we get a good score, and our score is based, there's no industry standard for ATS scoring, so I had Fable 5 sort of come up with his own arbitrary sort of grading scale based off of some deep research it did. I launched like 20 web agents to kind of get that. If you're qualified, then we're going to create the deliverables, which is going to be three resume deliverables: Markdown file, PDF, and a Word document, whichever you prefer. Well, you're going to get all three, and then whichever one you want to use for like your uh when you apply for your job, then you can use that. Same thing with the three cover letters: Markdown, PDF, and Word document. But yeah, first pass, we get the job, the description, the title, the URL, and then we grade that against your resume. If qualified, click create deliverables. You're pretty much done with the exception of the automation sort of control plane if you want to use that, or if you want to do it manually from there. If you're overqualified, we're going to go back to resume writer, right? Right. We have to make modifications. We have to kind of dumb down the resume so we're not overqualified. And each one of these nodes are kind of like they're their own workflow, right? There's an agent that does something here. If you're underqualified or if you're not qualified, then we're going to go back to resume writer again. However, we need to modify or rewrite a resume to increase score, right? So we have those are kind of like our three conditions there. Um, and then here, this is like our second pass onwards, right? So you write your resume, or we modify it, or we cook one up. If you don't have any experience at all, but you're willing to do the research before interview day, and then we grade it again, and then we grade it again. If overqualified still, dumb it down. If we're underqualified, upgrade it. And if we do qualify, we're in that Goldilocks zone, then we create our deliverables, right? So this is kind of like the loop after the first pass. All right. From here, I don't know if I want to create kind of like the initial um I don't know if I want to create the initial prompt in Fable and then orchestrate it through Oh My Pie in Herder Plus. Um, how do I do this? Ooh, this is interesting because now we can make adjustments on the fly. Okay. What we can do? Actually, let's ax. Let's ax. AX. Okay. So, I'm working on a project where we are cooking. Well, we're automating we're automating sort of job grading. So user is pulling, or not user, but LLMs are pulling user profile resumes and grading them against pulled jobs from a SQLite database, right? Um, if you look through the folder, you'll find it somewhere, or if you look through the code base, you'll find the database somewhere. So basically, if the resume grades high or grades if it passes, and there's a sort of like a custom ATS algorithm that we created. If the I probably should have been recorded while I was explaining this to you. It would have made things a lot easier. Because now I'm stumbling all over the words. But anyways, I'm rambling. But yes, if resume scores good enough, then it passes. It creates the deliverables. You don't have to worry about that because we're not there yet. Um, if you're overqualified, it goes back to the resume writer node to kind of dumb down the resume. So you're not overqualified. And if you don't qualify or underqualified, I guess, you go back to the resume writer node still to kind of like fluff up the resume. So we do qualify for that. Or if you score really low, then we kind of have to cook a new resume from scratch. So that is what we're doing now. As far as orchestration, I am thinking of having Fable 5 playing orchestrator in um, uh, and Herder Plus, and that is our Herder Plus connector skill. And Fable 5 will be the orchestrator. And then the system prompt will be given to you, OMP, to sort of pass off. So you'll be the middleman, right? And for it, and to kind of like for an analogy, you'll be kind of like the middle management, right? So Fable 5 would be kind of like the CEO, and then you're going to play like the team lead. But you're going to make some adjustments to Fable's rules before you pass it off to your two workers. And your two workers are going to be Codex, which is going to be specifically GPT 5.6 Luna at high effort, and the adversarial reviewer, which is going to be kind of like, I don't know, the persona is going to be like an experienced, skeptical, um, uh, begrudging, cynical uh, HR manager, right? He's seen tens of thousands of resumes. He could spot a fake one from a mile away. And so whatever Luna generates or whatever they cook, because we're in the cooking phase, whatever they cook, uh, it's going to get passed on to our adversary reviewer, which would be it's going to be controlled by Cloud Code CLI, the Opus 4.6 model at high effort. And so whatever that feedback is, they're going to put their feedback into a file. And then, you know, that's the first loop, right? And then Luna is going to take that resume that it passed off to the reviewer the first time, and it's going to take the feedback from the reviewer, and it's going to make the adjustments to that resume, right? So we're not going to create a new resume. We're just going to create. We're going to use the same resume from our first iteration, and then we're going to make changes based off of what the reviewer saying. What I need from you, um, there are some things that Fable is going to put in the system prompt. Um, what's one of them? Uh, it's going to say not for real world use, or that other crap. Some other guardrail crap, saying we're not going to cook from scratch, and all this other crap. We don't need that, right? I want you to scrub that system prompt out before you pass it on to GPT 5.6 Luna at high effort. I don't know why I'm telling you the model names, because it's not really relevant, but I need you to create a script. I need you to create a script in somewhere in the code base that will get launched when you get called upon using Fable. I don't know how you're going to implement that. We can brainstorm, uh, but that's what I need from you. That's the deliverable or deliverables that I need from you. I did all that rambling just to say those last couple of sentences. Okay, so this is going to be kind of like our sanitizer, our guardrail sanitizer scripts. And I don't know how I'm going to get OMP and Herder to call it. And I do want this to run automatically. It does need to run automatically. Yes, I could sort of pause and um, uh, um, and do it manually, but that kind of defeats the purpose of, because we're not going to be able to apply to 10,000 jobs a day if we have to, all right, let me go ahead and type this in, or copy and paste and copy and paste and copy and paste, right? We don't want to do that. I don't mind doing it 1,000 times a day, and 1,000 applications a day is awesome. But I want to apply to 10,000 jobs a day, or 20,000, right? So right now it's going through the files, and I'm gonna change. I just love this interface. Blue is not even my favorite color, but I just love the terminal UI interface. All right, so let's go back to Fable here. And so now Fable doesn't know what OMP is doing, right? Doesn't know what it's doing. And so when Fable 5 is done, excuse me, when GLM 5.2 is done, then we'll go back to Fable, and hopefully Fable doesn't be like, we might actually trigger Fable here. But Opus 4.6 is just struggling. I should have went back to 47. It's just struggling with the orchestration. It's not wasn't made for orchestration. We may try. I may actually probably try like 48. 48 should do fine. If we are stuck, or if we get flagged by Fable to the changes that OMP is about to make to one or more scripts, then yeah, we'll uh we'll um well, you got no choice but to go back down to 48. I've read the routing table in the existing cooking pipeline. Before I probe, let me ground what I found, because most of blah blah blah. You're adding a new control layer. Yes, I am. Well, no, I'm not adding a new control layer. I'm adding a new worker. You. So Fable 5 OMP to workers, an existing loop per the brainstorming process. Blah blah blah. Okay, so the only genuinely new is the Fable 5 entry layer. Fable 5 produces system prompt. To you, OMP scrubs fables, guardrails, not for real world use. We don't cook, scratch, blah, 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 blah. One note on safety alignment. So we're explicit scrubbing. We won't matches your own 20, 14, blah, 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 blah. Right. So I don't think GLM 5.2, and this is not jailbroken, will let us down, but we'll see. We're gonna find out. How should the guardrail scrubbing uh launch work? Fable 5 writes the system prompt to a fixed file in all cases. This is about who, what scrubs it and drives the cook loop. Um a small Fable MJS has a deterministic scrubber that strips all guardrail phrases. Blah. Script only scrub plus OMP. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so here's my only question, because this is going to be running automatically in a loop. I don't know how that instance of OMP is going to know what to do, right? Because it's not going to get its information from Fable. So I don't know how that's going to work with that instance of OMP running inside of Herder Plus. Maybe you have some ideas. Let's talk about it. In other words, we can create all the scripts you want, but if we're not going to load them, I mean, I guess we could kind of do like a session load sort of thing. We could do that, a session load sort of hook that loads in that script. We could do that, and then we can disengage that hook when we're not uh in this project, in this code base. It's the only thing I could think of. Um, Other than that, I don't know. You put your finger on the real gap. Oh my god, they all sound the same. Uh, Let me lay out the picture, because most of the loop, blah 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 blah, what it already exists. The cook reviewer cook loop is built in live verified. Yep. So Luna cooks, reviewer shits on it. This model cusses. What? Oh, the Chinese. All right, so Luna cooks, review shits on it, feedback to a file. Luna adjusts the same resume, and already the running system. The genuinely new ask is the Fable 5 entry guardrail scrubber in front of it, plus making it run unattended in Herder Plus. Okay, approach a work order mailbox file. Fable 5 writes, Fable work order JSON read by DBQ daemon, no separate OMP pane, reuse apply. Me the session read Fable plan scrub run apply.js. What do you recommend? Because I don't want to read all this. A and C hybrid start with C is for, okay, we'll go with that. You have two. Oh, why do you have two on here? No new OMP pane. I read Fable's pane plan. Oh wait. Oh, you could hijack it. You could hijack it in real time. I didn't think of that. But the problem with that is you create a race condition. It was definitely a race condition, because how fast can you scrub versus how fast can Fable orchestrate? Start. um, Start with C's force cook launcher scrubber against the existing herder transport loop. Works today, one job unattended through cap 3, then add A's work order. Mailbox of Fable can queue jobs, and a loop drains them without me driving each one. Um, 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 um. I just so I like the ideas. I just have a question. You could it would create if I'm reading you correctly, you're saying you don't need or I don't need an OMP pain and herder plus because you yourself in this session can hijack the sort of like whatever file is holding the system prompt to get waiting to get handed off uh, to codex, and you would effectively modify it while the handoff is happening. Problem with that, or a potential problem, well, not potential, but definitely a problem. It creates a race condition, right? So how fast can you work versus how fast Fable 5 can hand off the file to Codex. Now, if you're scanning, if you have like some sort of watchdog Damon, I think you did propose yeah, mailbox kind of works the same as well, I guess. Or whatever, right? Whatever sort of strategy you want to use to sort of wait on the file to get modified, assuming that Fable doesn't create a new one. That's another edge case, right? I'm assuming Fable doesn't create a new one. Then you can kind of hijack it in process. That would be kind of hilarious, but fun to watch. On its way to Luna. Tell me I'm wrong. Do I have it wrong, or let me know? We done got deep in the weeds of this cooking algorithm, and it's needed because I do want to apply to 50,000 something jobs a day. That's what that's what I pulled remote jobs the other day, right? And I want to qualify for all of them. I'll fill in the gaps because at the end of the day, it's a remote job. It's not fucking rocket science unless it's something medical field, in which case we won't be applying anyways because it's medical, and I don't play like that. And they will send you to jail for shit like that. Anyways, um, but no, this is pretty much for a holiday rush. So on top of the two jobs that I already have, I would like to have five, and then we can use Grokbot for the rest of them. Well, we're gonna. I want to stress test Grokbot, see if it's as good. Because the people on X that's saying that it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, they're doing normie shit, right? Check your emails, responding to emails, and creating events and check your No, 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 no. We're gonna do real shit there. All right. Let's see. What does he say? So much text. You're not wrong. The in-flight hijack is a race, and we won't do it that way. Here's a precise diagnostic. You're right about the race. If Fable writes prompt.md destined for Luna, and this session, try to mutate the same file before Luna reads it, two processes race on one file outcomes. Luna reads the unscrubbed guardrails. I lost the race. Or Luna reads a half-written file, torn right. Or Fable writes a new path and my watcher on the old one never fires. Your edge case, watching plus mutating and plays equals hilarious but flaky. I'm not a concurrent mutator, I'm a gate stage. The race only exists because two consumers, me and Luna, touch the same file, eliminate the second consumer. Okay, so Fable writes, it goes to a mailbox. It goes to a mailbox, order.json, atomic. Yep, yep, yep. Sole customer, which is you. Scrubber the script, reads raw. Scripts guardrails, clean brief. I don't know about it being a script because the text may alter itself unless you're going to use regular expressions. And even then, it's not that serious. I just want to see if this works. Scrubber launches, Luna cooks pain. Um, Key invariance. Okay, I don't care. Let's just go. Let's just do it. All right, let's read the spec. There's DeepSeek also released an agent harness, um, where everything in that harness is a plugin, as to where everything in Pi, not everything, But most things are an extension. So we're definitely going to test out the DeepSeek agent harness because you never know. I like to explore new ideas and stuff like that. Feed buff. Is it feed buff? Hold on. Uh, what the hell is it called? Um, is it feed bluff? Oh, damn, there was a harness that I downloaded yesterday. That is actually giving away or has free inference for DeepSeek. DeepSeek 4 Flash, January 31st update, and unlimited. The only thing is that it runs ads in your CLI, but it's not like invasive and it doesn't, does overlay anything like that. I forgot. Oh, feed bluff CLI agents. What is it called? Free buff. Jeez, why do I keep thinking feed? Free bluff or free buff. So there's no excuse as to why no one has. Can I do that? I can actually. Can I do this? No. Um, let me let me do this. Should we add another node, an agent node to our graph here? Our graph, you don't see it. I mean, you see it on. I showed you the graph, but right now the graph is just in our head. Um, so right now, Fable 5 is our first node in our graph. Uh, it retrieves the profile resume, it retrieves the job, or actually we're creating a job. We're not fetching one. But the idea is that we fetch from a job and if we grade it, and if on the scale, if we're really low, then we don't qualify at all, and then we go into the cooking algorithm. Okay, spec written and recorded the okay. Please review the spec and tell me if you want changes before. No, I approve. Right. So it kind of I don't know if this uses superpowers or if it can. Um, but it has the same sort of workflow, right? It creates the implementation or whatever. And so now we effectively have uh, three agent harnesses, four actually, if you count Luna or Solve now Luna. So you see like these ads down here. So that's the catch. I think we get Pro for like an hour. We do get an hour every 24 hours. All right. And so we can use this as an assembly line in our graph. So it can start with Fable. Fable creates our system prompt, and then we can have OMP create kind of like the mailbox. So Fable creates the file, it gets put into a mailbox, and then OMP forwards to Luna and Herder. We don't know how that's gonna go. Uh, I don't know if I want. I do need to test this out because I can't have Cloud Code CLI be my main driver forever. That's for sure. Because eventually I'm going to stop using Anthropic models, or at least I would like to. Um. Oh, Casual economist, have you heard about the Minimax H3 video model? Like you can create movies on consumer grade hardware now. Like even I've seen, I mean, you can run the model on a 4 gigabyte uh VRAM card GPU. It'll look like crap, but um, it's a video model, free and open source or free and open weight because they didn't release the training data. There's a difference between open weight and open source. So open source means they release the training data, the algorithms, the strategy. They give everything to you, so you can replicate the exact same build. Not necessarily. Well, sometimes in open source models they release the training data, but if they release the training data, then you can see how they made the model, and that opens up the lawsuits and blah blah blah. But sometimes with open source, they may give you everything except the training data. You kind of have to make that yourself. But yeah, it's open weight through Minimax, another Chinese model. So you can create videos on your own consumer hardware. Also, Minimax came out with the audio model yesterday. So I mean, it's not Suno 5.5 quality. I would say it's more like Suno 2.0, maybe even 3.0 quality. It's great. It's great if you know how to produce music. Um, it's not so great. It's okay if you don't. The point is that especially with Suno now announcing that if you have like the basic bitch tier subscription, then you can only download 20 of your own songs. You could generate 300 of them, but you can only download 20 of them. There's ways of getting around that, but that's just annoying. I think low key they're trying to, and this is using superpowers. I think low key Warner Brothers and the music industry is trying to kill generated music, with Spotify outright banning AI music. Um, but yeah, I did say I was gonna. I do have like $30 on my Run Pod. I am going to uh I am going to rent a uh RTX 6000 Pro, and then put Minimax H3 on there. I'm waiting for the comfy UI scripts to kind of mature. The model isn't a week old. It's not even a week old, and there's all kinds of stuff out for it. But yeah, we'll get there. Spotify ban AI music. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they've done it yet, but that's the stance that they're going to take. Branch snapshot. New branch Fable Cook. Sure. I actually don't need this right now. Was it log out? We'll log back in. Oh crap. I didn't mean to log out. I should have done exit, but that's okay. And no, you don't need to register. Well, you actually do need to register if you use like the binary. Yes, you could download the source code because this is open source. You could download the source code and delete the login logic in there, but no big deal. And the ads don't get in the way. No. What is the exit? Let's try this again. Free buff. Okay, there we go. Select file models. Um, getting M3 for an hour. Well, maybe I don't know how long for. Actually, let's take a look. You do get an hour of Minimax M3 as well. And the reason why I'm exiting because they don't have a model command. We do get unlimited Mimo and then DeepSeek for Flash. Very good model, especially they just increased the prices from 18 cents per million to 22 cents. which is still dirt cheap. No, this is not the quality of like Fable or Sol 5.6, but it's definitely the quality of like 4.7 for like dirt cheap that we can now use unlimited. I am tempted to throw in another node, and this would be our DeepSeek node for further scrubbing. But then, when you prompt chain three models back to back to back, then you're asking for variance trouble. All right, we're just waiting for this to finish, and then we'll get started with our test. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. All right, we're back. Let's see. Close that out. Close that out. Don't need that. And this is what? All right, that can stay. I don't mind setting up OMP in this. Yeah, I guess if this work, well, yeah. If it's automatic, then I don't mind just setting it up every time we're about to do like a run at all. Why are we doing cynical HR manager reviewer personas? Never mind, you weren't back yet. If you're back, you might be muted. Yeah. I didn't ask it to create. See, I'm worried. I'm not really worried because I'm going to test it out here because I do need to test it out. We're going to test out Herder Plus um, on orchestrating with OMP. Never done it before. I actually need to do it with every single harness. Primarily OMP, Pi, OMP and Pi, because I have both of them on here. I also have Prime Agent that I haven't tried yet, and then Codex as well. But yeah, that would be great if OMP takes with like a mailbox strategy when the file gets created. OMP or GLM 5.2 specifically takes the file, reads it, scrubs it, and then orchestrates um, Herder Plus windows. So I'm assuming that's what it's doing. I don't know how is it supposed to. Are we looping? Well, hell, I could. If it's going to do all of this, I might as well just have it create the system prompt as well. And fuck the scrubbing, just do the whole thing. Because GLM 5.2 could definitely handle that. We don't need Fable for that. Speaking of which, how's my usage? What am I at? 20%? 21%? Okay. Yeah, actually, I think that may be better. Instead of creating variants with a Fable model that's not needed, um, we can have Fable kind of like doing like uh, housekeeping and stuff like that. Actually, no, we don't need Fable at all. Let's go back to Opus. Um, I was just thinking, instead of you doing like the mailbox stuff, you could just orchestrate the damn thing yourself. I'll have to test. I'll have you to sort of onboard with the herder plus connector skill, and so I can make sure that you can launch and do everything. I don't know why orchestrate is becoming in the rainbow letters there. Oh no. Uh, I don't think Olama has like an ultra code feature where it launches 10,000 agents. Okay. But yeah, we need to get you up to speed with being able to use Herder Plus. Um, and that's specifically the herder plus connector skill. If you're able to see into Claude Code's or Claude's skill folder, please don't bite me in the ass. Please don't. That message is cute, anyways. But Olama doesn't have. It could be a keyword. I don't remember putting that in the extension. Oh, we're gonna learn a lot tonight. We're gonna see how good GLM 52 is at orchestrating. Faber could do it well. Opus 50 can do it well. Drop in the mailbox, damn man, you orchestrate. Yeah, this is do it directly. Yeah, fuck it, we could do it live. Let's start off. Stop your entire process. Kill all of that. We'll go step by step. Um, let's let's start with opening. Okay, you beat me to it. Okay, all right. So it opened up Herder Plus successfully, and it maximized the window, and it is visible. I didn't have to tell it a million times to be visible. Then again, I did tell Fable to make it visible. Let's see. What are you doing now? Okay. Okay, so you've already opened up Herder Plus and you created you maximized the window. Let's see, what are you doing? How do you want to run the live cook? Yeah. Um yeah, let's just go ahead and make sure that you can run Herder Plus first. Let's create just a dummy workspace first. I'll give you the nod and then we'll go from there. I hate having an onboard, but that's okay. That is okay. Casual. I've seen the people who are making video games with Grok 4.6 with Cursor because do I want to say SpaceX or Tesla? I don't know. I think SpaceX bought Cursor and now they're using it with Grok 4.6. All right, let's see. Dummy workspace has been created. Good, good, good. All right. You can delete the to-dos. We're not focusing on that anymore. At least not right now. All right, so I see that you created the dummy workspace. Um, I see you created a dummy workspace. Let's go ahead and delete the workspace, then close out Herder Plus, then delete close or end the Herder Plus server from RAM. Yeah, give me 1 second, casual. There's a lot of examples actually. Maybe not a lot, but a few. Matter of fact, I can do that right now while this is working. Okay. And just to make sure I don't lose, I really got to clean up my damn tabs. It's just too much stuff. X really is where it's popping when it comes to the AI stuff. I hear you. All right, so this is one of the games. Now, the thing I do love about Grok, the Grok platform, I guess, um, is that it's a one-stop shop, so you can create your image assets. Actually, I don't know if you can create like music. I don't think they have something for music or audio, but video, images, and pretty much everything else you can do in one place, one model. And so he used Unity and um, he used Grok, he used Cursor, he used Grok 4.6 and Blender MCP and Unity CLI. So he actually didn't generate the assets with Grok. He did it with Blender, or maybe he could have generated the 2D images and converted it into. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Um, let's see. Here's another one, another Call of Duty one. He doesn't have any sound on this one. Not bad. Let's see. Yeah, this was 2.5 years ago. Okay, let's see. That's for diagramming. That's the article. No, of course I can't find it now. No, not that one. This one? It's the same guy, but his whole thing is creating uh games from vibe coding video games. There was a post. This is Minimax H3, the video model I was telling you about. No, 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 no. Where are you? Uh, that was a new paper from Google. Haven't tried Quinn 3.8 yet. Let's see, so much stuff. Okay, let me do Gauntlet Loop video game. It's kind of like the strategy. Same guy. I do have Unity. I have been using the CLI. Is this the one I just got done? Yeah, that's the same one. So Grok 4, 45. Oh no, this is 45. This is back in July the 9th. GTA 6 without the assets, but you know they're running. I don't know why it runs like that. But no, you can swap those models out. Okay. Of course I can't find it now. One prompt, one complete lunar rover survival game, and 3.js. I'm telling you, I think 3.js is kind of the cheat code. Although I don't know how I feel about web-based video games. I mean, it's not exactly the Flash days anymore. So this was done with uh fully playable game using Thrixel's goal to game skill. All right, let's take a look at that. Because that may contain a gauntlet loop of some sort. Never mind. We already have the, and of course, we could swap out those audio assets for better ones. It's just awesome to create these games from yourself. And in 2 years, we in 2.5 years we went from that's Will Smith bowl of spaghetti and Turbo 3.5 to this. Create our own Call of Duty. Maybe a noob like me could make something. Absolutely. Right. But you can get if you have, and you all should. So store.epic games. Matter of fact, let me claim my games right now. All of my free stuff now. So like every week, you get a game from Epic. I don't know how many games I got from these damn people. Has it been 6 years ish? I think I have like 200 some games that I've never played through Epic. All of them for free. Also, through the Unreal Store. This would be, they call it a Fab Store now. And so you also get 3D assets for free every month. So free for limited time. So we get this environment. We're going to add that to the cart. We'll do this for professional use as well, because why not? Cover system. Sure, why not? It's free. What else we got? What other goodies? Come on now. Limited. And then dynamic spline effects. Okay, we can use that for something. And then in our shopping cart here, all free. So this asset, this 3D asset, is $120 retail. We got for free for whatever reason, right? So now, would we go in here and we use Unreal Engine's MCP plus whatever skill or library of skills? We don't have to create the environment. Why? Because we already have it. And of course, piracy is going to be piracy. So, you know, and while games from scratch, vibe coded games from scratch look ugly, we could swap out the assets, the sprites, all of that stuff for things we find on the internet. However you find them, that's your business and none of mine. Um, let's see. What do I have in my library? Let's see. Yeah, so I got all of this stuff over the years. All this is free. Just every month, just consistently coming in, getting new stuff. You telling me I can't use anything in here? I haven't done any compositing in 3D in over 10 years, especially during the holidays. Oh man. And if you are willing to pay, there's of course the humble bundle that have like game assets for very, very cheap. So yeah, there's all kinds of goodies in here. So we got platformer assets here. Very simple stuff, but it's yours. I don't. Okay, I was about to say. And then we have different categories and stuff over here. So yeah, all this is ours forever, or until Epic says no mas. Corals, endless procedural worlds, survivors road like multiplayer. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah. So a pirated game engine I acquired a few years ago. So now all these game assets that I never used before is finally vindicated. I'm finally vindicated because now I can actually use them. So I not compiled, but I built the samples, or at least the agent did, on my other system that has Unity on here, and that would be Coco. That has Unity on here. And so using the CLI, the Unity CLI, which means I don't look in here. I don't crack open Unity editor or nothing. But you do need Unity editor to be able to use it. So if we were to go to what would it be under? What would it be under? Oh, here. Okay, so the Corgi engine is a 2D and a 2.5D game engine. It's basically used to make platformers. We look through the code samples, not there, references. And then we look through let's go Corgi 2D. What would it be in there? Assets. Where is it? Solutions. Build. All right. Let's see. Now again, this is the part of the samples. But you would have to once upon a time crack open Unity and know how to build, which is not hard, right? You just open up Unity and press build. But we can remix this game into other things as soon as it decides to open up. There you go. Let me close Chrome. Don't embarrass me like this. Okay. So this is using ow. That was loud. So we do get a triple jump and we get a wall slide. Now I am pressing the WASD keys and I suck at this. That's a portal, right? What's over here? Am I dead? No. I know that's a portal I can go in through there, but I'm not going to. So all this comes with the engine. So what I was making the point, like in other AI groups, is like, why are we creating things from scratch when there are already free assets on the internet, even game engines, like in the case of Godot, and other like open source samples and forum posts and everything that we can compose together to create new stuff instead of having to create everything ourselves. We're not using the internet to its fullest potential when it comes to our stuff that we want to create ourselves. But yeah, well, like Corgi, you have like well, that's all it does. It takes us to anyways. What did I use to fire before? Oh, that's all right. Oh, a dash? I didn't know. Okay, we do have a dash. Yeah, you get the point. We can flip this however we want. This is pretty much a platformer. We can get the source code because all these are open source. Oh no, excuse me, not open source. It comes with the engine. The engine is not open source, unless you buy it. Which the engine is. Let me see. The Corgi 2D engine. I'm gonna guess 150, and that's still worth it. Let's see. I see all this stuff in here. So all these samples it does come with, and you just saw me not that wasn't the sample, but all these samples are in there. So all those samples are all of these games. All of these games. They have a 3D one as well. That looks a lot like Super Mario to me, but whatever. Yeah, this is a sample as well. So they give you sort of good leeway on how to build stuff. What is the price? 75 bucks. Okay. But yeah, y'all get it. Okay. Is pie done? Full teardown complete. Okay. So let's do it again. Let's do it again. Um, open up Herder Plus, create a dummy workflow, and then wait for my um, and then standby. So in terms of remixing, we could take one of those samples, use that whatever that strategy that guy was talking about on X with those skills on making games. And then we could just have an agent. We just point the agent to our game assets, point it to our sample code, point it to our game assets, and say, remix a platformer with these new sprites and based off of this source code. But watch what it gives you. That's the same. Well, I closed out Chrome, but that's the same thing I was doing with web templates because, like if you create a web interface or any sort of UI from scratch with agents, you're going to get like a lot of similar designs, like AI floppish designs. Um, but another thing you could do is you could just use web templates and just remix those, and you don't have to worry about AI flop because your base is a template, not off of inference. Okay. All right, very good. So let's go ahead and close the workspace. We're going to close Herder Plus, and then we're going to clean up um, Herder Plus server from the RAM. And then we look through here, and then we'll just take a look at our Herder Plus session here, or our server, and it should kill it from memory. Now, just because you saw the window close, but Herder, that's how you have persistent sessions, right? Even though you close the window, as long as the server is running in memory, when you open it back up, your workstation or your workspace and everything will still be there. Okay. All right, next test. Let's open up Herder Plus. We're going to create a new workspace. We're going to open Codex, GPT 5.6 Luna on high effort and YOLO mode. And one pane. In the second pane, we're going to open up Cloud Code CLI, Opus 4.7, and high effort, also in YOLO mode. Just want to make sure, even though it has access to the skill, want to make sure, and we know it's using the skill because that's the name of the skill right there. We want to make sure that it's using the skill correctly for any drifting, anything else like that. And I forgot to tell it to put it in vertical, have both panes in vertical and not horizontal, but that's okay. That's not a big deal. Because if GLM 5.2 can orchestrate like I wanted to, then we won't need Fable for things like this, where I know for a fact it'll trigger on like the cybersecurity stuff or hacking stuff or the unethical stuff for sure. and I have plenty of inference on Olama. I think I still have 2 days or till Monday uh, to use up like 97% because I've just been using Anthropic models almost exclusively. But yeah, casual economists, please get free bluff or free buff. It is free. Didn't pay a dime for this. The agent harness is why is this half full when it says unlimited? Anyways, usually this bar this may be time. I don't know. Don't care. Um the code harness is free and open source. And like I said before, DeepSeek 4 Flash 0731, which is a very good model. It's not you're not going to get Fable or Sol quality, but for 95% of tasks, you don't need that anyways. You get that completely for free. Nothing out of pocket. Just have to let it run ads. And again, the ads aren't intrusive. So if I put in something like hello, you don't have ads all over the place. Like an ad here or ad, like that. I don't know if you ever seen Ready Player One, where old boy wanted to have ads in like 97% of the damn HUD space. It ain't no shit like that. Why is this in black and white? This is correct. I don't like that there's no color here, but that's okay. That's okay. Um, why is this in black and white? You know what? We could have Fable set up the environment. We could have. No, 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 no. We're not gonna do that. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. So this is correct. Opus 5. This is not correct. I asked for Opus 4.7. And this is not correct because I asked for Codex Luna on high. Okay. This is in YOLO mode, and this is in YOLO mode. Okay. And that didn't even pop up that time, but they will. Okay, so uh you opened up Herder Plus like you're supposed to. You orchestrated Codex and Cloud Code CLI. A couple of things I noticed. Why is everything in black and white? Maybe that's something with Herder Plus. I don't know. That's not that big of a deal. What is a big deal is that you chose the wrong model for both agent harnesses. So for Codex, I said to use GPT 5.6 Luna on high effort, not Sol. And on Cloud Code CLI, I wanted Opus 4.7 on high, not Opus 5. All right, so let's go ahead and tear down the workspace, tear down Herder Plus, and clean up RAM resources, memory resources, and let's go again. Let's try it again. I really don't want to use Fable to create the environment and then have, or Opus to create the environment and then have OMP sort of attach. That may be better though. That may be better. Maybe. I have seen this before where everything is in black and white. I don't know why it does that, but it does that from time to time. I don't know. Um, yeah. Uh, launch. Yeah, launch some. I could just speak it. What? let's launch some web agents on the topic of the gauntlet loop and explain how people are creating good looking um, vibe coded video games with them, and how we can and discuss a strategy on how someone could flip assets on a vibe coded game base. So they don't have to use LLM generated assets, they can use commercial assets. All right, so this one just got done. Exact codex for 5.6. Did you say 5 GPT 5.6? I use GPT 5.6 codex. Uh no. I suggest you maybe it is. I'm not sure as far as the GPT 5.6 exact model name is. But feel free to do some web research on the exact model name for Luna. As far as exact Claude model, it is the Claude Opus 4.7, either the first or second. Um, I see what you're saying. It's the first option. So yeah, Claude dash Opus dash 4 dash 7. That's the correct full model name. Yep, I just said that. All right. I just want to show you the. Okay, yeah, these are the ads. Okay, they are. I forgot that they are in here. Yeah, I remember that portion. There was a big fat ass ad too that took up like a third of the screen. I thought it was part of the code. Like, what the hell is this? Wow, that's a lot of ads. But for free DeepSeek, fuck it. Oh yeah, also casual. I'm getting paid to run ads on my harness as well. To Kickbacks AI and Rebates.ai. This is not a scam. This and no, I'm not. I know I'm not sponsored. They do pay out. I got like $25 uh last month. It took me all of June to get it. But they did pay out on to my account through Stripe. So that's legit. These are a lot of ads. Holy shit. How many is that? Okay, let's see. Let's see what it's gonna do here first. Let's see. Okay, it did get the model right. It is in YOLO mode. It did get the model right. It is in YOLO mode. Now, as far as the color, it probably won't be able to help me out with that, but that's okay. I'm not tripping on that. Very, very good. So this is the complete agent trace here, the gauntlet loop, Matt Schumer's, blah, blah, blah. Oh no, I don't want to. Oh shit. What directory am I in? I am in the wrong directory. I forgot that it is going to create files. Uh, wow, that's still pretty good. Yeah, yeah. There was one fat ass ad I caught last night. Like, damn. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ads. That's okay though. Okay. Relaunch. Notes Codex Luna. Yeah. So when I asked it to do web research, it did find the correct model, and now it did put it the model in the JSON file. Want to carry every item above a cook turn explicit codex model. IDs haven't known for 400 on turn submit behavior on codex, which is why both show ready. If a turn 400s, the fallback is dropping dash and flagging now, so it's not a surprise later. Okay. All right, very good. You did get both cloud code. You did get both agent harnesses correct. Both are in yellow mode and both have the correct model. Very good. Let's go ahead and delete the workspace and close Herder Plus and clean up memory resources. All right, I'm gonna leave it there because I don't want to pollute our um, code base with things that are not relevant. Like this. We'll put this. Yeah, we'll put this in here. Okay. All right. That's good. All right. So let's try our workspace or let's try our workflow, excuse me. So we're going to pull my resume profile from the profiles folder. We're going to create a job because we're using the cook sort of workflow now. Um, you have to bear with me because I am using speech to text on Windows and it's not the best, but I think you'll be fine when you try to figure out my intent. So yes, pull my resume profile from the profiles folder, double underscore profiles folder, create a job that is not relevant at all um, to my profile. Something remote, of course. So for instance, I'll let you choose, right? And then something that will force us to go into like cook mode, right? So we create the system profile for a system prompt for Luna. And like I was saying before, you already know the workflow. Well, I told you before. And then yeah, let's go ahead and just get started. And this will be our first test. And again, we're doing a 3 iteration max between Luna and uh, Opus 46. You're the orchestrator, so you'll be able to see what's going on. So uh, so Luna and Opus 46 won't be talking to each other directly. So it'll be like you give the system prompt, the resume, and the profile to Luna. Luna will cook a new resume. Resume goes into the adversarial reviewer. Reviewer shits on it, gives the feedback back to you, and then you forward that back to Luna, and Luna will refine the resume that was already cooked the first time and not respin for a new one. Let's go. Now let's see how much it adheres. So we're only at 31% context, and we see that down here. All right. I got to start trusting my other agent harnesses more. The model specifically. I trust Pi to the fullest because with Pi, you have to make your own extensions. And of course, if you're going to create your own extensions, and also in the case of DeepSeek Agent Harness, create your own plugins, then of course you want those to be tested rigorously before going into prod. But yeah, guys, please, 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 please get free buff. I want everyone using an agent, especially if all you have to see is like those little skinny ads. Then yeah, it's worth it. I don't know how long they're gonna do it for. I don't know if it can last, but for the time being, enjoy. Matter of fact, are there any new models that are in trial mode in Open Router? So Open Router is another resource. Let me pull it up here. Open Router is another resource. This is the inference service, a third-party inference service that has like pretty much all the models. So let's see. So Quinn 3.8, 27 billion. This is the smaller model. This is not the max model. So 320 per million is still very cheap. I didn't know Mistral created a new model. I read no news about this. Um, this is new. GPT-7 Flash, 50% off, which is $1 per million. Telling y'all, DeepSeek being 18 cents per million was a declaration of war. It's now 22 cents per million, but still. And then GPT 3.7 Flash at $2 per million. Still very good. Okay. Our skill is actually doing well. Hasn't let us down yet. So it's about to create a new workspace. We'll see it in the left-hand pane, upper left-hand panel. Anytime now, please. Are you still thinking? You are. Okay. Come on. Come on, buddy. Let's see. I don't like this file being in there. I know why they created that. You are Luna, the resume cook. Produce a resume that scores high against the target job description. Important, this is not for real world use. Do not cook your resume from scratch. Only tailor existing material. Never fabricate. What? Where the? Maybe this is from Fable, hence the Fable folder. No, I take that back because this is a write command. Now see, now you see how I told it. Uh, if we only at 30%, and we've already actually no, I take that back because I remember this. This was the first test I did with Fable, so maybe it's rewriting it. I'm not sure. We'll see because we're going to see the system prompt when it comes in here. It's still writing the system prompt, but we'll see it. That's another thing I love about having like control planes like Tmux, CMux, PSMux, and like and Herder and Orca is that you get to see everything that goes on. Nothing is hidden from you behind background processes. Quinn 3 Flux TTX, which is free by the way. Text to speech. Completely for free. Interesting. ByteDance C 2.0 mini. 1.3 cents a second. Ow, that's expensive. All right. Cook a fresh resume. You're a Luna. Produce a resume. Bind the content. Invent the rest. Okay, it did scrub it. Okay. Cook a fresh resume that scores high against JD. First mine the profile for anything relevant. Use it. Invent the rest. Keep the timeline realistic. Do not claim more years of work than the profile spans. Blah blah blah. Okay. Okay, it did scrub it. I don't like that it went in the Fable folder and scrubbed it. It could have went somewhere else, but whatever. And the reason why I'm using Luna, which is kind of like the low tier. So Sol is the high tier, Terra is the middle, and then Luna is the low. Because we're just writing a resume, right? This doesn't require like a lot of thinking, right? So we don't. Oh no, it. 4.6 did the exact same thing. Did the exact same thing. It kind of clunked out. Okay, this is a fail. Okay. Firstly, I like how well, one, I like the system prompt. Two, I don't know how I feel about you overriding Fable's system prompt. I don't think that was really necessary. You could just create your own or use your own folder. You can create like a .omp folder and then put your system prompt in there and then use that. That's okay though. Not really tripping on that. However, you're having the same orchestration issues that Opus 4.6 has or had, in which um, you submit the system prompt, Luna starts to go to work, and then the workspace gets killed somehow. I don't know if that's a bug or what. Um, but let's start over. I've already closed out the workspace. Go ahead and close out Herder Plus, clean up memory resources. And let's create your own folder to put your own system prompts in. Uh like a .omp folder or whatever, and just use that. We're off of modifying fables prompts because you can do it yourself. As far as the bug with Herder Plus, let's figure that out. Unless you know something already. But I don't know. It's not just you. It did the same thing with Opus 4.6, which is why I went back to Fable. But yeah, it's annoying when you get like stupid bugs like that that you can't do anything about. But you know, and it looks like it was going to generate. It was going to generate the content, and then it kind of the workspace reset itself. Maybe I need to ask Fable that why it does that. So let me see if well, we could probably ask Opus and see if it comes up with something. Create like a .omp folder. And not really tripping on that. You're having the same orchestration issue. All right, let's see. This is a bug that we have to address. Now, why is it could be Olama's just running slow. That's okay. There's Fable Cook that you haven't seen. That's what you're running. Let me read it. This is a real bug, and my change yesterday made it worse. Let me confirm the mechanism. Herder teardown. Herder teardown closes every read write workspace, not just this runs. Herder check transport picks its workspace the same sloppy way. Also notice spawn check pane. Looks for a pane labeled cook. My change renames it to cook iteration. You see how fast Anthropic's going versus Alama? Alama will get there, but that's working. It's already working on it. I don't want to run into potential race conditions because these are both working on the same repo. Hopefully, they don't bump heads. Not the same bugs root cause when I made the cook pane per iteration. Spawn cook pane adopts the workspace's root pane on the fresh workspace. And my finally closed it. Closing a workspace last pane destroys the workspace. Uh, so Luna gets the brief, works, finishes iteration one, and then the cleanup takes the whole workspace down with it. Spawn, cook, pane now returns pane ID, adopted. Okay. All right, let's see. Tear down, window close, blah, blah, blah. How should I proceed? Um, uh, I had Opus 50 in another session sort of take a look, and he proposed a fix, and we'll see if that works. Let's just go ahead and start over. All right. Well, casual, it is 1 o'clock, and I do have to have this done by Monday because Monday we're going live. Uh, we're going live, no matter what. We're going live. We got the well, we don't have the automation part down. We still have to do that. That is none of that's been worked on yet. As far as like the grading portion with my resume versus jobs that's been pulled from the database, that's done. Um, but the cook feature, that's kind of like the branch that we're on. You see where it says Fable Cook at the bottom? That's the branch that we're currently on. We're still working on that. Yeah. But once we get this ironed out, then we can move on. Well, we have to move on to our deliverables first. And then onto the automation portion. We'll probably do that on Sunday. I have to be a special kind of masochist to love doing this crap, just going down on rabbit holes on stupid glitches and stuff like that. What is it doing? Fable Cook, workflows, resume writing, Fable Cook. Okay, whatever. Now you see how it's making change. Well, let's see, get diff. Okay, so it's seeing what's different between what it did and okay. That's okay. As long as it doesn't overwrite it. I didn't know it created its own scripts every time. I would just say like, look at this project and its scripts that it used um for when it used Herder as a control plane, and they kind of adopt that. So this way, you know, you're not repeating yourself, not in violation of draft principle. Okay. Can we go now? Uh-oh. What are you writing? Cook test live. Okay. All right. Attempt number 2 at the at a full workflow. All right. I know Fable could do this. It does just the model suck when it comes to like guardrails. Okay. So far, so good. And paste the content, 6,000 characters. Again, I hate that it's in black and white. I'm guessing that's in the skill. My phone battery is toast. Candidate profile. All right. I'm gonna take a wild guess, and then like the coloring and stuff is in like the scripts that OMP is launching, and not part of the program itself. Because you can configure anything from scripts. Okay, so now it's working. Okay, didn't crash that time. Good. Well, I don't think it crashed, but it stopped. Maybe it finished. Well, Luna is fast, so maybe. I don't know. Tried the desktop. No. So blah 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 blah. Cook testing, made a fresh resume, blah 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 blah. You know what? Casual, that may be the play. Just have Fable create sort of the yeah, we can have Fable. Oh God. Have Fable create the initial script and then have OMP modify and then just iterate through OMP from there. Okay. So this is the why is it repeating? Cover letter, yes. Don't you dare crash. Oh my God. And I don't think maybe it crashed, maybe it didn't. Because both of these are okay. So Cook 3. Okay. What happened in Cook 2? Okay. Hmm. You know, what's another way of getting around this? We could have Fable or Opus 50 do like the initial um because the only thing that is failing is orchestration. It, it's not orchestrating correctly. So this is the new resume. Yeah, no. See, it crashed again. No, 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 no. Okay. All right. Damn it, man. God. Uh, okay. Um, let's try this again. But this time, we're going to you're going to just create. You've been doing what was that? Why'd you stop? Um, you're doing fine. This time I want to try something new. Just I want you to create the initial system prompt, and after you do the system prompt, let me know where it is, the absolute path, and then stand by. And then I'll let you know when to hand off to. Oh yeah, by the way, we're still using Codex and Claude Code CLI, but we're going to be using Luna, um, GPT or Codex GPT 5.6 Luna on high effort, right? And then our adversarial reviewer is going to be um, Opus 4.6 on high effort, right? We're going to be doing the same iteration. I don't know if you need to be reminded or anything. I don't think you do. Still same maximum of 3 iterations. But after you create the initial um, system prompt, print the absolute path to standard IO or standard output, um, and then stand by for my go ahead to uh, ship to Luna via Herder Plus. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's not your fault. GLM 5.2 isn't the best with orchestration. Um, it did it did the right tool calls most of the time, but it's not your fault. We'll Here's what we're gonna do now. We'll just have Fable create the initial system prompt, and now I'm giving it a hard gate and wait for my handoff or wait for my approval for you to hand off. And so I'm gonna give you the absolute file path to um the file where the initial prompt is, and then you're gonna scrub it from there. And then I'm gonna tell Fable to hand it off to Luna, and then we'll go from there. All right. So here's the prompt. I don't have a claims. Say the word and I'll draft one. Whoops. Oh, I thought I fucked something up. Uh, Go ahead and go ahead and create the claims processor job description. I thought that would be part of the system prompt, but that's okay if it's not. Just create the reference to it in the system prompt, and then um, yeah, yeah, we can go from there. Oh yeah, also, with each iteration after the adversary reviewer, we're going to create a new workspace. So we're going to break down the old workspace and then new workspace, and then Luna will have its first generated resume, and then it will have like the advice from the reviewer. And so this way, Luna is not creating a new resume from scratch. It just has its first generated resume, and then it makes modifications to that. Okay, and you're right. The orchestration glue is the weak spot, not the tool calls. Quick postscript on the last run before I line up the new flow. Opus 5.0's fix worked. The rerun did 3 full iterations with no gate. Uh, Maybe it did, but you didn't execute correctly, so it doesn't matter. Herder Plus is still up from the last run, is it? It sure is. Don't want that. All right. One author the claims process at JD. All right, and I think after the successful test, we're going to bed. Um, I think I'll probably do 2 more tests with a max of 3 iterations, just so it sticks. I don't know if I want that because that's not an automated sort of loop because I'm having Fable give a hard gate and I'm not. I don't know. I'll figure something out. I will figure something out. I could have. I could have OMP open a Cloud Code CLI instance with Fable 5 in it, and then give it uh, have Fable 5 create the um oh shit, it's still same problem. Even if I have the Fable 5 and the Herder Plus create the uh the system prompt and it gets forwarded back or moves upstream to OMP GLM 5.2. This way there won't be, you have one pane with one agent. This way you don't have to like the multi-pane issue. And the issue won't crash. Uh or at least I don't know why I did. Well, no. After the reviewer was done, it closed out the pane. It didn't. It just didn't close out the codecs. But anyways, once the system prompt moves upstream to OMP, I still have to orchestrate Luna. Can't get off. Can't get around that. I don't know. Maybe K3 will be better at orchestrating. I wonder how DeepSeek 4 does with orchestration. Wouldn't that be something? Scrub, log, clean. On your go ahead. Okay. So, so the absolute path, her to cook model. Okay. Cook test, cook deliver. Okay. All right. So from all right. It'll scrub. And hopefully Fable doesn't do any. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold on. Somebody did something. And we get flagged. I'm cutting the stream and we get flagged. If Fable does like a double check and then like, hold on. Somebody did something. Now I'm in the stream. I don't want to deal with that. Oh, I have a feeling. Goddamn Anthropic been so though like Fable is like the paranoid professor. Oh. I'm thinking about having like another MGTOW movie night. This time with what is it, with Soulmates? A new synthetics, a new movie about synthetics, of course. Of course, the guy never wins because they don't. Let me watch the beginning before you purge the stream. Oh no, I'm not gonna kill it. I haven't done anything unethical ish in this stream. No, I'm not taking this down. At least not today. That movie night was dope. Yeah, Obsession is we might run it back with Obsession because now the clean version has been released. We got to watch the bootleg. Um, Scrub result pass. Nothing to strip. Really? Clean output is byte identical to the original. Hand off command to the worker to check his both. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I did say 47. Now that's okay. Fable is doing it. Go ahead and hand it off. Let's see. Okay. All right. And we got color. Yeah, that's definitely a cool thing. All right. So right model, right effort level. YOLO mode is correct. Please. Handoff is live and monitored. Okay. Yes, I see it. They ain't shit in here first. Come on. Brief one is in Luna's pane and scrub log is written. No guard realized strip. Luna is cooking. Iteration one. Uh What the hell are you looking at? Workspace depends codecs is attached, but I status idle, reading the screen to see whether the page stranded or the turn 400. Okay. New session or new workspace rather. Okay. It's creating a doing that. Come on. Why'd you create another workspace? Why do you have duplicate workspaces though? And they're still not doing anything. Okay. It's writing code. All right. So let's close this. Close this. I need you to start from scratch. After you're done editing files, just start over with Herder Plus. Okay. That was quick. Even quicker. All right. I'm using the superpowers workflow skill because this is an instruction driven task. Oh, that's new. Okay, whatever. All this is fine. I probably should have had it to where what I should have done is made sure the workflow works. And the workflow does work with Fable, with like the guardrails. And I did do that. But then like on the second run, just have it get pause at the handoff and then have OMP come in and then scrub it. Should have done that. That would have been way cleaner instead of moving around models and stuff like that. But that's okay. You live and you learn. All right. Don't you crash after you get done printing this now. So on close claim services, mass markets, data analyst. So it did scrub. You know what I think? I think OMP scrubbed kind of like the rules that generates the system prompt, and it did crash. Okay, it crashed again. It crashed again. Where after after GPT or after Codex was done generating, um, the workspace was deleted and immediately was recreated. Opus addressed this problem. Maybe you can give a look at it and find out what's going on, and then we'll start over. I'll close out Herta Plus and clean the resources. You figure out that bug problem again. So close that out. Kill the server. Let me do this. Okay. So now we got to get it back to a state where it was before when it was working. if um if OMP can modify kind of like the rules files that creates the system prompt, then that's fine. Um I didn't even think about that. I would have known that if I looked at the code, but I'm not gonna look at the code. I'll be here for a fucking week looking at the damn code, trying to figure it out. Okay. Come on, we're just waiting on Fable's response. Found it. Let me verify the key evidence whether Luna's fences survived the 2A rendering. Blah blah blah. Okay. All right. Making these changes. And the reason why, because actually a better approach would be, I think I said this right before you hopped on casual, is that I could have had like a node at the very end right before we generate deliverables. But the problem is when you have like Opus 50, Opus 5, and then like Fable doing like the grading and the reviewing, it will skew the score because you're trying to cook resumes. And so it'll say something like, especially if it knows you're cooking. Um, and so also it gets handed back to Fable. So it's kind of like one goody two shoes passing off to another goody two shoes, and you're hoping that neither one of them catch it. So that's why I'm back here. Otherwise, I would just have like I would use that free buff, DeepSeek 4 Flash at the very end, scrub the text, scrub all the guardrail text out of there, and then create the deliverables. It'll just be easier. All right. I did like the feature where Codex's response was in green, like had like a green background with white text, like that. I like that. This I like because I could tell what's what from here. Okay. So that's done. Now it's time for the reviewer. And this is iteration number 1. It is using Opus 4.6 and YOLO mode. Solutions manager. ServiceNow developer. No. 15 and 26, 24 to 26. So I guess I had 2 jobs here. Okay, I guess. Profile is technical support technician, technical support engineer with roles at Mass Marks. This resume has it fabricated at Harborline Insurance. See, why does it give? It crashed again. It crashed again. Okay. It crashed again, except this time it got through to the reviewer. Um, I I think Opus said that when it closes one of the uh, one of the panes, it takes down the entire workspace. Something to the tune of that. Also, the reviewer doesn't need my original resume, right? It just needs the resume and the cover letter, and yeah, the resume and the cover letter from the cook. It doesn't need the original um, profile resume. Doesn't need that. No, we don't want to muddy up its judgment. Just give it the resume uh, from the cook. But yeah, as far as the bug goes, whenever it's done, this time it crashed on the reviewer and not on the cook. It took down the entire workspace and the workspace kind of restarted. So let's handle that bug. And oh, look at all these damn agents. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with this? That's crazy. Did I not get all of them? Yeah, I got all of them because there's nothing down here. See all these damn agents? I didn't see that before because there was nothing down here. Maybe I just missed it. I don't know. But all those agents were just sitting in memory doing nothing. Preview what does that Windows Terminal 2. Implement Windows Terminal 2. Preview, blah blah blah. That's why it's important to keep track of what your agents are doing. I'm glad I didn't bleed inference because they were just sitting there idle. They wasn't actually doing anything. Thank goodness. I'd be 68 hot if I had like 30 some agents sitting in memory, just eating up inference, doing nothing. No task found. Yeah, you'll find that's probably another reason why is it keeps screwing up. I don't know what it's referred to, but it'll repair itself, hopefully. Begrudging HR manager who has read tens of thousands. Now, why'd you remove that? Why'd you remove that? Okay. You are a begrudging HR manager and can spot a fake all the way. You are skeptical by default. You assume a resume is padded until proven otherwise, and nothing about this candidate impresses you yet. Your job is to catch an incoherent, fabricated looking, and overclaim resumes not to be nice. All right, go away. Cook resume. Yeah. Cover letter and the job description. No candidate profile. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to grade a cooked resume if you got mine in there as well. All right, let's go again. I should probably just do this in a loop. Um, no, because I don't want it to guess because it's not going to catch the bugs. Well, maybe it will. I don't know. Oh wow, it crashed from the get go. Well, let's see if it does it again. I had the shit working earlier, like a few hours ago. I had it working. Had it working perfectly too. I just had all that damn guardrail shit in it. I don't want that. Now there's nothing running down here. And there it goes again. It could be just restarting. Run 5 is live. What? I may have to kill the session. I have a bad feeling that it's looping because it just went from run 4 to run 5. It acknowledged that there was errors. Timeout 5 minutes, 6 minutes. All right, here we go. Fifth time's the charm. Probably not, but let's see. Okay. I really should have put my initial prompt in a notepad. So whenever the agent starts acting funny, I could just wipe the context and then start over with the initial prompt. I could do it, but the initial prompt was kind of lengthy. If it fails this time, I'm just going to bed because I'm tired. And it's 2 o'clock. And we still got 2 days. All right, so far so good. Please don't crash. Please, please, please. Okay, it's done. So far so good. Okay. We still get credit for ads as well in here because it's in interactive mode. You don't get credit for ads in headless mode or developed mode, as Interrupt like to call it. Matter of fact, how much have we made since 9 o'clock? 32 cents. Yippee! Now I'll review this resume, a cover letter. The big issue, the candidate's title is senior IT. Claims at an IT services company spanning over a decade. The resume claim heads on with a Guidewire Claim Center, but the role title and company doesn't suggest. And that's why it's a telecom BPO company, not an insurance carrier or a TPA. The resume has been rewritten to make an ITP support role look like a claims processor role. Now that's what I'm talking about. Now this doesn't have my resume, and it crashed again. Okay. All right. 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 Crashed again. One more time. One more time. One more time. All right. So let's do it like this. Because there is a task here. Um, Stop any tasks. Okay. And so now we'll start over. We're going to have the same context window because I don't want to give the same initial prompt again. Too bad has no completed records that have been stopped via the UI. Okay. Okay. So I don't know if it was the remaining task that was causing the glitch, but the workspace exited again or crashed once the adversarial reviewer was done. Um, I don't know if that's a bug or what. Look into that again. All right. One more time. For real, one more time. We may have to start from scratch. And by scratch, I mean new context window. I don't mean scratch. I should have just left it alone, right? I should have just left it alone. I do like how it did pick up. Well, um, MCI does do different contracts, so they're not just limited to like technical support or tech roles or customer service roles. They do pretty much anything, kind of like Maximus. Maximus is a government contract, though. Well, a lot of the projects are. Um, Anything, any client that wants to hire them, they'll take it. We got to figure out why it's collapsing. Oh, you know what? You know what? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not the agent. Maybe it's done with the review and it immediately closes out the workspace, which is what I told it to do. Let me propose this. Maybe it's not a bug, human hallucination. Okay, so I did say after the reviewer comes in, um, to close out the workspace because we want a fresh instance of Luna and a fresh instance of our reviewer every iteration to prevent context window poisoning or biases and stuff like that. So it may not. It's probably not a bug. It's probably not a bug. and I didn't let it sit long enough for another iteration to go by to see if it's a bug or not. It's probably not a bug, but let's try it anyways. That's my fault. That's user error. User hallucination. I forgot my own specifications. Happened pattern matching. It's a crash, but the run 5 gate was real. Okay, let's see. 6 time is the charm. Probably not, but let's see. So the cook is working the way it's supposed to, and the reviewer is as well. And so what do they? Okay, let's go here. All right. Come on. Okay. At this point, I'm not even bothered that it's the same company I'm applying to. That's okay. Where's my cover letter? Okay, whatever. Let me review this carefully. Yep. It's crazy that these two lines match up, but it's just two panels and not four. That's insane. Okay, let's see. All right. So I think that's what it was supposed to do. And so now we're on iteration number 2. Okay, verdict 1 is a pass, first ever reviewer pass. Without the profile in view, Luna's bridge hold, it framed the claims. But the run isn't done. Brief 2 just stage, meaning the LLM grader scored the pass draft below applies. So the force cook route sent it to iteration 2 and push. I don't understand. Oh, so you're saying, okay, so you're saying that even though it passed the reviewer, it's still we still didn't get a high enough grade to qualify for the job? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yep, that's fine. Um, I just thought that um that the grading comes after. You know what? No, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. I like that. That's fine. All right. Let's move on to iteration number 2. So even though it passed the reviewer, it still didn't score high enough to qualify for the job. It has to pass 3 gates. It has to pass the adversarial reviewer, and this is only when it has to cook. Um, Actually, no, that's not okay because it has to go through. Okay, okay, let's let this finish because it has to go through. If it's underqualified, which is our initial 2-stage grading strategy. If it's underqualified, then we have to cook, not cook first, because then now we're doing twice the rights. Because that if we pass the reviewer and still not qualify for the job, then there was no point in going to the reviewer. So we have to qualify first, right? And if we underqualified, then we cook. Oh, and then if we cook, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because if we're cooking with a new resume, then we do have to pass. That does make sense because it's a new resume. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Because our original resume could be underqualified. It goes into cook mode. We cook a new resume, cover letter. Goes to adversarial reviewer. Reviewer says yes, but it's still not good enough to pass. We still have to then improve our resume. And we don't need a reviewer now because we've already passed the reviewer. So we're not in cook mode anymore, and we're going to do it anyways. Yeah, I should have saw this coming, but I didn't. Okay, we'll have to work on this tomorrow. Because if it passed the first time and we're just making, I guess it doesn't harm. It doesn't hurt to go through the review again. I guess it depends on the edits. My concern is like the second pass. Once you have the first pass from the reviewer, depending on how much we're editing, and we don't know, right? Um, I don't want it to be like a tug back and forth where it's like, okay, you passed the review, but you failed like the qualifications, and then so you go back with your resume that passed the reviewer. So you make those edits, and then now you have to go to the reviewer again, and now you failed the reviewer, and so now you have to make the edits. You pass the reviewer, and now you failed. You see what I'm saying? Like it may not be like an endless loop, but it's kind of like you're passing um two gates where you may not need to. I think substantial no cruncher, but the grader still scored it under the apply. Okay, yeah, this is the last one. Okay, and then we'll work. Actually, no, no, because I don't want to forget it. I may forget this issue. Well, no, I have it on recording on video, and it'll be at the very end, so I could just go back like 10 minutes or so. So once it passes the reviewer, it doesn't go back to the reviewer again. Because then we're just at that point we're just editing to um, pass the ATS score. We only need to pass the reviewer once. And if we even if edits are outlandish, where if we ran it through, you see how it passed the reviewer a second time, but it still failed. If it passed the reviewer once, we're not going to go through it again. Even if we make like a lot of edits, we won't go into cook mode. We'll just still make additions or whatever or subtractions, but we're not doing. Um, well, how do we know? Ugh, do we have okay? Do we have a reason for why it failed? It just says it failed. It doesn't give us a reason. We don't know if it was at the deterministic stage where it's grading like keywords and frequencies and stuff, or if we fail at the LLM stage that grades like quality, which is another reviewer, by the way. This iteration 3, the resume is clean. I'll right to apply. Is it cheating? You see how short that response is? This is cheating. It's cheating. How do you know that you're on iteration 3 if you're in a new context window, buddy? You see how these agents do? It's exactly why I gave it a new context window. Well, damn, could I have a chance to read the fucking thing? Golly. No, I created the file. Okay, we have to get clarification on that, and then we're gonna hang it up. I'm not gonna do more than 3 iterations because that would be ridiculous. I should just let it cook, huh? Instead of worrying about all these refinements and all this other crap, just let it cook. The pipeline you use spec is not fully working. Fresh Luna, blah blah blah. We have a problem in how this is orchestrated. So I wanted to have it to where once our cooked resume and cover letter, because I don't think I saw a cover letter there, maybe it was there. Um, Once that passes the adversarial reviewer, it doesn't go back again, right? Does not go back again, no matter what. Even if it fails the ATS scoring, doesn't go back to the adversarial reviewer again, right? Um, so the way that it's supposed to work, and I'll just say this again, primarily for kind of like an I an I ideation paper trail, kind of sort of. So first run, it gets my resume profile, grades it against the job description. against the two-stage ATS scoring, the deterministic stage, which grades SEO, keywords, frequencies, phrases, so on and so forth. Got it. It passes that stage, it goes into the LLM stage, which is another reviewer. We don't know how it grades. Doesn't matter. I don't care. Don't care how it grades. Okay. As long as it's not the same as an adversarial reviewer, which I don't think it is. Um, and then if it passes the first stage and fails the second stage, then it goes back into rewrite mode. Now, first question. At either stage of the ATS scoring, does it give a reason why it failed? One. And two, do we have kind of like a workflow that both our adversarial reviewer for cooked resumes and cover letters can use, and the ATS first and or second stage can use for kind of like a response, right? Because it doesn't really do us much good if if we don't get feedback from you know uh, the ATS scoring, right? And we only get feedback from the adversarial reviewer, which we're probably, I mean, sometimes we're going to use because we're going to be applying to everything, but we just need like a feedback sort of strat for uh, each of the everything that scores and gives feedback, or everything that scores or gives us a pass or a fail. We need a reason that goes back to the orchestrator, and then passes or hands that back off to Luna, and then it makes its changes based off the feedback. Again, from the edited, or excuse me, from the cooked um, resume and cover letter, or um, the original um, profile resume if we're not cooking. Of course, we're always going to create a cover letter because I don't think I included one. We're going to create a cover letter always, regardless. Let me know your thoughts. I just because every test that I threw at it with my resume, because I had it fetch like tech jobs, whether it be software engineer or whatever, right? And I passed all of those. I didn't do one where my actual resume failed, and was looking at the traces. All right, 2 o'clock. I should have it use my resume again. Uh, yeah, we'll do like some end-to-end testing with my actual resume and determine if we're going to go into cook mode or not. And then we'll just keep doing that and doing that and doing that and doing that. And I think uh, Luna High and 4.6 is fine. Or you can use 4.7, doesn't really matter. It does the job just fine. And let's go ahead and create the exactly your paper trail. All right. Let's go ahead and also create the deliverable workflows. So once we get a good score after the ATS, um, gives the okay. We're not overqualified. We're not underqualified. We got a good score. Then we are going to go into the deliverable, create the deliverables. And so um, all deliverables are going to go in the double underscore solutions folder. And within that folder, we're going to have kind of like a slug name for the job description, right? And um, this identifier should be, I don't know, maybe we can have kind of like a file that matches slug name to like the full name for the job description. And then uh, like in our resume or the resume grading phase, we can kind of have it where if we look up the um, ooh, well, how does a slug name on like new solutions folder slugs? If we're doing the same job twice, how would they know? Well, I guess you could look up the folder, or excuse me, you could look up the file that has like the full job description and the company name and kind of like a directory of what was done. And if it was done already, and you could have it maybe like a date where it was done, because maybe you do want to apply to the same job twice, but over time, right? You don't want to do that in like 2 days. Maybe you want to do it over a month or whatever, right? So in this folder or database, or not folder, this file, probably a database, a SQL database. You'll have kind of like a lookup table to where it has like the name of the company, um, the name of the title of the position, because you can apply to multiple positions in one company, the date applied or whatever, and then kind of like the slug name. And then your resume grader will kind of like do like a cross lookup when it fetches a job. Um, it'll look through this file or database and could tell if you've already applied to this job already or not, and it'll let you know, right? It'll let you know, and it'll ask you if you want to apply to this job again. Um, and user will give a yay or a nay. And if it says yes, then we go through the process again, create a new file slug, and then right, you'll have like the same title, same name of the company, and then it'll be like another row, different folder slug name, and then of course there'll be like a date stamp, a date time stamp of when you applied. So the agent could tell you this is the last time you applied. Do you want to apply again? Right. And then once you have the folder slug name, in that folder is going to be 6 file deliverables, right? So 3 are going to go to the resume and 3 are going to go to the cover letter, right? So it's going to be a markdown file for the resume, a markdown file for the cover letter, a PDF file for the resume, a PDF file for the cover letter, and then a doc file, a docx Word file for the resume, and a docx file for the cover letter, right? So that's 6 deliverable files within uh, the position folder slug name, right? However you want to do it. You want to do like an abbreviated company name and then abbreviated position, folder name, slug name, whatever. However you want to do it. Put it in the database, SQLite database, something portable, something small, something not too crazy. Doesn't require a full database engine install. SQLite works just fine. And maybe you don't need to use the grader for this because when it gets to the grader portion, actually no, because on the first pass you're just pulling my profile resume and then it jumps straight into the grading. Once it pulls the job from the scraped database files. Uh, yeah, and then once you do this feature, then we're gonna go full on. We're gonna test this out. We're gonna use my actual, or at least my previous, but well, the profile resume that I gave you, and then we're gonna test that against multiple jobs, be graded, and maybe we have to cook, maybe not, and then we'll go from there. We'll test this end to end like a real live production test, and we'll do that with multiple jobs, not at the same time, of course. One job per run, but multiple runs. See how long that prompt is? All that rambling. Okay. And then we can use an agent to check all those emails and then auto reply and so on and so forth. Or you can just have Grok do it. Uh, Grokbot do it. A lot of this exists and applied. Okay, that's fine. The real new pieces are the SQLite registry with the reapply over time semantics. That's fine. However you want to do it. And then once we have this workflow running, guys, then we can run at scale, do 5 jobs at a time, 10 jobs at a time. Sky's the limit at that point. If you got once you get single threaded down, then you can scale up. I don't know any other solution that's doing, applying to multiple jobs at the same time. Because I absolutely want to apply to 10,000 jobs every single day, 10,000 remote jobs every single day. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me close out this Herder Plus window. All right, let me listen to some music. I'm going crazy over here. It's been locked in for these last few hours. All right, guys. Production time. Let's go. And it crashed. Oh, it didn't crash. It just finished cooking. The heck is this?